Charles Colson was quoted at once as saying, "I would do anything the President of the United States asked me to do, period." Now, I would subscribe to that statement for this reason. The President of the United States would not ask me to do anything unethical, improper, or wrong, or illegal.
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it. From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC correspondent Jim Lehrer.
Good evening. The Senate Watergate hearings got a strong shot of liveliness today as White House Special Assistant Patrick J. Buchanan, a direct, outspoken man of vigor and humor, defended himself and a wide variety of political chores he performed on behalf of President Nixon. The 34-year-old Buchanan talked about and explained why he recommended counteractions against the Ford Foundation and the Brookings Institution, appointing a Southern conservative or an Italian-American to the Supreme Court, setting up a political prankster operation, hampering the Muskie nomination drive while laying off of McGovern, planning letters to the editor, and many, many other things. With the assistance of Republican Senators Gurney and Baker and Minority Counsel Fred Thompson, Buchanan also sprinkled his answers with citations of Democratic Party precedents for much of what he did or suggested. Most of the Buchanan testimony evolved from political strategy memos he authored, but just a few sections of the many documents were actually read during the course of the proceedings today. Peter Kay on Capitol Hill looked them all over and selected 3 for special scrutiny.
Pat Buchanan has been painted as a conservative ideologue, out of touch with reality and the mood of the country. But in his appearance before the committee today, Buchanan comes off as a very skilled, practical politician. 3 memos that he wrote in the pre-election year of 1971 support that contention. On March 24th, Buchanan said, "If Mr. Muskie is not cut and bleeding before he enters the New Hampshire primary, he very likely will do massively well there, building up irresistible momentum for the nomination. This scenario is not in our interest." Well, Mr. Muskie was cut and bleeding in the New Hampshire primary, some say with White House help. His presidential momentum was stopped. Score 1 for Mr. Buchanan. On April 19th, Buchanan expressed grudging regard for old Hube. He said, unlike 6 months ago, the man is a serious contender. Buchanan suggested that Hubert Humphrey be established as a Democratic frontrunner, so the Democratic left would start chopping him up, advantageous for us in the long run. Now, precisely this is what happened 14 months later in the California primary. Score 2 for Buchanan. Finally, on June 9th, Buchanan said that Senator Edward Kennedy's strategy is to avoid early primaries in which the left-handers, McGovern, Bayh, Hughes, and so forth, would all be knocked out of the box, freeing up the Kennedyites for the switch to Teddy. Obviously, McGovern was not knocked out until he ran into Richard Nixon. Score 1 against Buchanan, but he's still batting 2 out of 3. Not bad in any league. Jim?
Henry Truitt, White House correspondent for Newsweek magazine, is our sitting expert tonight, and we'll be back at the end of tonight's broadcast to talk about Buchanan's day with him. Before we go to the hearings, though, Henry, one quick point. For perspective purposes, how important a man is Pat Buchanan in the White House these days?
Well, I suspect after today, Jim, he's going to be almost a household word. Up until the Watergate hearings and the Watergate affair began to draw down the White House staff, Pat was primarily an idea man. As Peter said, an ideologue, a guy who was probably one of the most perceptive, if biased, critics of the American press, but above all, an idea man. Not a member of the inner policy-making circle, certainly respected for his ideas in the conservative circle in the White House, but I think now he's going to be coming to the surface more, if only because some of the former members of the inner circle have disappeared. I think we can expect more from him in the future.
Okay. Thank you, Henry. Senator Ervin described today's testimony as valuable instructions in the practicalities of American politics as found in both parties. Here is an hour-by-hour rundown of how that lesson in politics unfolds. In the first hour, Buchanan opens the session with an attack on what he calls the character assassins on the Irvin Committee staff. He said they maligned him with advanced stories about his role as a dirty tricks architect. Also in that hour, Buchanan unveils memos on Democratic candidates that formed an assault strategy. He said that was a euphemism, as was a collection of quotes from candidates compiled in an attack book. In the second hour, Buchanan explains why he felt the tax exemption office at the Internal Revenue Service was biased against conservatives. Then Buchanan explains why he thought the election of Edmund Muskie would be an event little short of catastrophe for America. In hour 3, Buchanan cites an example of President Nixon's fairness, telling how he ordered everyone on the campaign trail not to comment on the problems Thomas Eagleton was having. Also in that hour, Republicans read some chapter and verse from the Democratic campaign manual written by Larry O'Brien. It includes the suggestion to have contributors loan the candidate his credit cards. In the fourth and final hour, Buchanan admits taking credit for putting McGovern 34 points behind in the polls, not pushing Nixon 34 points ahead. Finally, Buchanan admits he ghosted anti-abortion reform letters sent to Michigan newspapers, plus some telegrams attacking news magazines. Now to the caucus room as Senator Irvin gavels the committee to order.
Committee will come to order. Council will call the first witness.
Mr. Patrick J. Buchanan.
Mr. Buchanan, you stand up and raise your right hand. You swear that the evidence which you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Buchanan, is it true that you're not appearing with counsel today?
That's accurate.
Do you have a statement that you have prepared which you wish to read to the committee?
I do. I have a statement, an abbreviated statement of about, I would think, no more than 15 minutes at the most.
Would you please read it?
Certainly. I've given copies to the...
We have one copy has been just obtained. No copies under our rule were submitted to the committee. I think they were submitted to the press, but not to the
No, they were submitted to the committee about 20 minutes ago for Xeroxing. The young lady came to me and said they would be distributed to the senators and the members of the staff. Should I proceed with the statement, or do you want to wait for the copies?
Yes, proceed with your statement. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for a variety of reasons, I appreciate the opportunity to appear before your select committee. But in candor, I cannot speak with the same enthusiasm for the manner in which the invitation was delivered. At the President's personal directive, his White House staff has been called upon and has cooperated, I believe, fully with the committee. Specifically, this witness has certainly done so. Nevertheless, the surprise announcement that I was to be called as a public witness before these hearings was made over national television before even the elementary courtesy of a telephone call of notification had been extended. Of greater concern to me, however, has been an apparent campaign orchestrated from within the committee staff to malign my reputation in the public press prior to my appearance. In the hours immediately following my well-publicized invitation, there appeared in the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Baltimore Sun, Chicago Tribune, and on the national networks, separate stories all attributed to committee sources, alleging that I was the architect of a campaign of political espionage or dirty tricks. According to the Post, committee sources were in possession of my memoranda recommending, quote, infiltrating the opposition. In the Times, the charge was that the committee had a series of Buchanan memoranda suggesting, quote, political espionage and sabotage against Edwin S. Muskie of Maine and other candidates for the presidential nomination. One wire service stated that Mr. Buchanan would be questioned about, quote, blueprints and plans concerning the scandal. In the Chicago Tribune, the headline read, Nixon speechwriter blamed for Muskie plot. The story read, and I quote, Senate investigators have evidence that Patrick J. Buchanan, one of the President Nixon's favorite speechwriters, was the secret author of a political sabotage scheme. In the Baltimore Sun, under a major front page headline reading, Buchanan linked to 72 dirty tricks, the story ran thus. Patrick J. Buchanan, a presidential consultant, may emerge as yet another architect of the 1972 White House dirty trick strategy, according to congressional sources. Mr. Chairman, this covert campaign of vilification carried on by staff members of your committee is in direct violation of Rule 40 of the Rules of Procedure for the Select Committee. That rule strictly prohibits staff members from leaking substantive materials. Repeatedly, I have asked of Mr. Dash and Mr. Lenzner information that they might have to justify such allegations. Repeatedly, they have denied to me that they have such documents. When I asked Mr. Lenzner who on the committee staff was responsible, he responded, "Mr. Buchanan, you ought to know that you can't believe everything you read in the newspapers." It was his joke and my reputation. So it seems fair to me to ask, how can this select committee set itself up as the ultimate arbiter of American political ethics if it cannot even control the character assassins within its own ranks? For the record, Mr. Chairman, let me state the following. I did not recommend or authorize, nor was I aware of, any ongoing campaign of political sabotage against Senator Muskie or any other Democratic candidate. I did not recommend, either verbally or in memoranda, that the re-election committee infiltrate the campaigns of our opposition. I have never met nor spoken with, nor can I recall ever having heard the names of Messrs. Hunt, Liddy, McCord, Ulasewicz, Reagan, Barker, or Zagretti until those names appeared in the public press. Nor have I ever heard, until the terms were made public, the code names of Ruby 1, Ruby 2, Crystal, Sedan Chair 1, and Sedan Chair 2, or Fat Jack. Even today, I could not testify with certitude to whom these terms refer. Now let me move quickly to the heart of the public allegations against me, but more generally against our presidential campaign. It is being argued that illicit Republican strategy and tactics were responsible for the defeat of the strongest Democratic candidate for president and for the nomination of the weakest. It has been contended publicly that the Democrats were denied by our campaign and our strategy a legitimate choice at their own convention. It is being alleged that the campaign of 1972 was not only a rigged campaign, but an utter fraud, a, quote, political coup by the President of the United States. These contentions, Mr. Chairman, are altogether untrue. Republicans were not responsible for the downfall of Senator Muskie. Republicans were not responsible for the nomination of Senator McGovern. To suggest that is, first of all, to do a grievous injustice both to Senator McGovern and to his campaign organization. Senator McGovern was nominated because his men wrote the rule book, his men were in the field earliest and worked hardest, his campaign was precisely targeted on the primaries they could win, and because he was possessed of the best political organization the Democratic Party has seen in at least a dozen years. It was not Donald Zagretti who put together the organization that carried for Senator McGovern the crucial Wisconsin primary. It was not any agent of the committee to re-elect the president who was outwinning McGovern delegates in states like Georgia, Louisiana, and Florida.
I'm having great difficulty in hearing. There's much noise here at the table. If you'd pull your mic.
Thank you, Senator. It was not our personnel, but theirs, who worked out Senator McGovern's victorious campaign and convention strategies. The McGovern people won their own nomination, and they lost their own election. As Theodore H. White has written in his latest and best campaign history, all of the dirty tricks of 1972 added together in the ultimate balance had, quote, the weight of a feather. Now, what of the suggestion that I recommend that Republicans in the spring and summer of 1971 concentrate their political resources upon Senator Muskie rather than to dissipate them on the dozen other potential aspirants for the nomination? That statement is essentially true. Senator Muskie was targeting his political attacks upon the president, as was every single of the other potential nominees. No requirement exists in ethics or logic or law that we provide equal time and political response to each of our potential opponents. The reasons for recommending the focus upon Senator Muskie were basic. He was the front runner. Alone among the Democrats, he led the president in the national polls. He appeared to me to be both the strongest candidate and the candidate with the greatest opportunity of uniting the warring wings of the Democratic Party. Candidly, it was my hope, if not my expectation, that our political counterattacks, concentrated primarily but not exclusively upon the Democratic frontrunner, might contribute to opening up the Democratic primaries and preventing a closed convention. There was nothing and is nothing, in my judgment, illicit or unethical or improper or unprecedented in recommending or adopting such a political strategy. The resources which we recommended for employment in that summer and fall, all of them legitimate, were basically these: National Committee speakers and publications, including Monday; Republican chairmen and organizations in states Senator Muskie visited; the committee to re-elect, its media resources, and its developing state organizations; surrogate speakers from the national administration, including the Vice President and the Cabinet; congressmen and senators from the Republican Party who would use the forum of the White House or Capitol Hill either to defend the President against Senator Muskie's allegations or to put Senator Muskie himself on the defensive. Also, use of the media through briefings and conversations and the like by political operatives to carry the message. There is no Republican individual or organization, Mr. Chairman, to credit or blame for the decline in the candidacy of Senator Muskie. The narrowness of his victory in the New Hampshire primary was a reflection of his declining standing in the national polls. The enormous margin of his defeat in Florida was a consequence of the unanticipated appeal of the candidacy of George Wallace. His defeat in Wisconsin came at the hands of one man, Governor Wallace, who had been there but a single day, and another man, Senator McGovern, who had organized the state for 18 months. As for the general election, Mr. Chairman, the President of the United States did not achieve the greatest landslide of any minority party candidate in history because of Watergate and dirty tricks, but in spite of them. Watergate was the most deleterious issue in our national campaign. In our own estimation and that of political analysts, the Watergate tragedy cost the Republican Party millions of votes. The reasons for the landslide of 1972 are chronicled elsewhere. They need not be repeated here at any length. Basically, I believe they are these. The President read the mood of the nation better than his opponent. The President had conducted an administration for 4 years that had won the confidence or support of millions of Democrats. The President's stand upon the issues of defense and welfare, upon taxes and government, upon coercive integration and busing, were closer to what the American people wanted than those of his opponents. But we won as well, Mr. Chairman, because of the quality and the character of our candidate. If one looks back over the political history of this country, there is only one other man, other than Richard Nixon, who has been his party's nominee for president or vice president 5 times. That is Franklin Roosevelt. And no other individual in our political history has served in both of the same high offices for so long a period of time as has the incumbent president. He is not the leader of a majority party. He has been since 1946 a member of the minority party in American politics. And thus, this political career, I believe, is all the more impressive. That political record, Mr. Chairman, is no accident, it is no fluke, and that election of 1972 was not stolen. And the mandate that the American people gave to this President and his administration cannot and will not be frustrated or repealed or overthrown as a consequence of the incumbent tragedy. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time.
Mr. Chairman, I, too, would like to deplore, along with Mr. Buchanan, any newspaper stories derogatory of him that are indicated as having been leaked or come from sources from this committee. I know of no staff member who has done it. I have searched to find such staff members if there were any. We have had a problem like this before, and I think we all know that the problem of leaks is one that isn't always can be solved. Also, this has been a problem, I think, that has plagued the inquiry in this area, not only with this committee, but with the Department of Justice, with the White House itself. It's not even known whether or not these sources did come from the Senate committee. But I would deplore, along with Mr. Buchanan, news stories that reflect on his character and reflect on his activities, and I can assure the committee that they did not come from any source that I know of the committee, and certainly not from any counsel that I know of.
Mr. Chairman, could I say a word in that respect? I join with majority counsel in deploring the allegations that Mr. Buchanan alludes to, and I commend him for taking that position. I've talked to Mr. Dash on a number of occasions, not related to this matter, but to other alleged leaks from the committee, and I can verify from first-hand information that Mr. Dash on every occasion has made a conscientious effort to locate such leaks, and I entirely believe him when he says he deplores such leaks. Unfortunately, we live in a pretty leaky atmosphere, and I'm not defending against the allegations that you make, Mr. Buchanan. I'm simply saying, in a sense of fairness to Mr. Dash, that I'm sure that he genuinely expresses that regret and that concern, as I do too. It does not help the mandate of this committee to have the matter thrashed out in the press before a witness appears. It does not help to have speculative stories about it. It does not help to have a witness summary published verbatim in the newspaper, which once happened. But let me quickly say, as a senior Republican on this committee, that for my part, I'm convinced Sam Dash means exactly what he said.
Now, I'd like to say, Mr. Buchanan, I share your consternation about leaks. One thing I have never understood, having been a lawyer and been accustomed to keep the secrets of my clients, I've never understood why such a large part of Earth's inhabitants also have such little restraint that just as soon as they get anything in their mind, it comes tumbling out their mouths. And I've noticed leaks ever since I got to Washington 19 years ago. Somehow or other, it seems to me they're increasing, that the number of people who can't exercise self-restraint seems to be growing rather than diminishing. And I deplore the leaks which so often reflect on a man's character. I can guarantee that one man in this committee has never leaked anything. That's myself. I learned long ago that, as Kipling says, that men who kiss and tell wisely has a poet's song. A man can hold all sort of posts if he'll only hold his tongue. And I've noticed here in the recent months, the leaks have come tumbling out of the White House, they've come tumbling out of the Department of Justice, they've come tumbling out of every congressional committee in both houses of Congress, in its most deplorable state. And it's very, very unjust to the people who become the victims of these leaks.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the statement, and I was unaware you were into the British poets.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm not only the British, but the Irish and the Scottish.
Well, I'll follow you on those two.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes, sir.
When did you first begin working for President Nixon in any political campaign?
I met President Nixon, frankly, I'd met him briefly when I was a caddy at Burning Tree Country Club in 1954. But formally, I met Mr. Nixon in 1965 in December when he spoke at a political meeting filling in for Senator Dirksen in southern Illinois, and I was an editorial writer with the St. Louis Globe-Democrat. And I went over and indicated to him that if he were going to run in 1968, I would like to get aboard early. He made some inquiries. We had some long, extended conversation. I joined his staff in January of 1966. I served with him in the 1966 political campaign. We traveled some 35 states, on one or two occasions into Tennessee, I think, Senator Baker. And that was my first association with him. I remained on his staff through 1967 and 68 campaign and joined the White House as a special assistant in January of 1969.
When you joined the White House as a special assistant, what specifically were your responsibilities, Mr. Buchanan?
Well, you've got essentially, my functions correspond to that of a general assignment reporter for a newspaper. I only have three definite and ongoing assignments. They would be as a speechwriter for the President on major speeches, oversight of the President's daily news summary, which is prepared by Mort Allen, and third, the preparation of the briefing books and briefing materials for the President for all of his press conferences, which has been a function of mine for almost 8 years.
Now, to whom in the White House did you report from the period of your appointment to the White House, position that you hold, through May of this year?
May of this year? Well, through April of this year, the primary channel of communication with the President would be H.R. Bob Haldeman, the President's Chief of Staff. It would not be the exclusive channel. The President would contact me on occasion directly, but that would be the primary channel.
Now, in the course of your duties at the White House, did you have occasion to write a series of memoranda to the President or to Mr. Haldeman or to anybody else?
Well, being a writer, yes, I did. That's the format I generally use for communication in the White House, was memoranda. I have written numerous scores, if not hundreds, of memoranda to both the President and I'm sure to Mr. Haldeman. That's correct.
Now, Mr. Buchanan, did you bring with you or produce, in accordance with the subpoena issued to you on September 20, 1973, copies of your memorandum dealing with political strategy for the President or presidential primaries in 1972 and the campaign?
No, sir, I did not. Pursuant to a directive of the President's Counsel, I believe this matter is in court. I have read, because of the brevity of the time I was given to prepare for this testimony, I have not had an opportunity to read all of the political strategy memos that I've sent between 1971 and 72, but I've read a number of them. And again, I did not bring them here pursuant to the directive of the President's Counsel.
Do you still have them? Do you have those memoranda in your possession in your office in the White House?
No, that would not be precise. I have some in my White House files. Most of my memoranda from 1971 and 1972 are down in the basement of the Executive Office building. I've had the opportunity to Xerox some of these. My secretary has. That's a limited number just because of the sheer volume. And while I am allowed to Xerox and read these memoranda, I could not, without authorization from the President's Counsel, remove them from the White House, nor would I.
Could you tell us when did your file of memoranda become part of the presidential papers and not in your complete control?
Well, I think they've always been part of the presidential papers.
When were they removed from your control?
They were removed at my direction, and frankly, I had thought it was only temporary. It was indicated an individual who had worked with me in the campaign of 1972 came back from a committee hearing, and he said, they're going to subpoena all our files. So I said, well, let's go down to the counsel's office. And so we went down to the counsel's office, and the counsel indicated that it would be best if all our files were placed under, taken downstairs, at least from 71 and 72, and so they were. But I have had access, and I do have the right to Xerox those particular memoranda.
What counsel advised you on this matter?
I couldn't be certain which individual was certainly was Mr. Bazard and Mr. Garment and or Mr. Parker, I would think.
And is it the position of counsel at the White House that these memoranda dealing with political campaign strategy are not available to us under the subpoena because of executive privilege?
I think you would have to ask counsel what their position is, but I think that's not unreasonable in light of the fact that many of the memoranda are to the President of the United States. Many of the memoranda deal with recommendations for presidential action. Many of the memoranda were prepared at the direction of the President. I think you would have to talk to those individuals to ascertain what the legal grounds on which they're withholding them. Yes, sir.
If I may interject myself at this point, the White House and myself have very fundamental disagreements about the nature and scope of executive privilege. The Constitution and laws of the United States place certain obligations upon the President, and I accept executive privilege to a limited extent. I think the President is entitled to receive the uninhibited advice of his aides, which is sought by him or given by them to enable him to perform in a lawful manner the official duties of his office. For that reason, I accept the validity of executive privilege to this extent. In my judgment, the President is entitled to have kept secret confidential information or confidential communications made to him by an aide or even confidential communications among his aides, which are had for the purpose of enabling him to perform in a lawful manner his constitutional and legal duties. Further than that, executive privilege does not go, since it's not a part of the official duty of a president to run for re-election, and since it's not the official duty of a president to conceal evidence of wrongdoing, I don't think the president has the right to withhold any information in his possession that deals with political activities.
Well, first, Mr. Chairman,
which deals with wrongdoing.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
just 1 minute.
I'm sorry.
And I'm gratified to know that former Attorney General John N. Mitchell agreed with me on my view of executive privilege at the time he was before this committee.
Mr. Chairman, first, I think it would be a mistake to make the assumption that anything in my memoranda indicates a recommendation for wrongdoing. Secondly, a number of these memoranda were prepared prior to the campaign of 1972, and they deal with my analysis of individuals, which would also have an impact upon presidential strategy with regard to legislation and presidential strategy, say, with regard to defense issues, because we were being criticized on those scores. Third, there is no question that the character of my rhetoric in some of these memoranda will be, in your term, uninhibited. I've been writing these confidential memoranda to the President for close to 8 years, and, well, that would be my statement.
Well, I didn't intend to intimate that I had any opinion that there's anything in any of your memorandum that indicated wrongdoing. I was just laying down a general proposition. But I do infer that there's much in your memoranda which dealt with political activities. And
that would be true.
I don't think the Constitution, the laws make it the official duty of anybody to run for President of the United States, and therefore executive privilege can't possibly cover that. That's my own opinion, and I'm glad to say that John Mitchell agrees with me. Thank you.
Mr. Buchanan, just one last question on that. I think you mentioned that action was taken concerning the control of these papers after a witness returned and said papers might be subpoenaed. Could you tell us what witness?
It was not a formal witness before the committee. It was my aide, Mr. Kachigian, and there was no subpoena forthcoming.
Now, the committee has been able to acquire by subpoena from the Committee to Re-elect the President's records a number of memoranda, not certainly all of your memoranda, and you will find on your table for later use during questioning a file of those memoranda with tabs and a summary.
Mr. Dash, let me comment upon that. The other night when I had my discussion with you and Mr. Lenzner, I asked you candidly at that time if there are any memoranda in your possession which I could look at and study in preparation for discussion before this committee. You and Mr. Lenzner showed me something like somewhere between 4 and 6 memoranda. There's a good deal more than 4 or 6 memoranda here. There are dozens of them of tremendous length. And if you had shown me these memoranda, I'd be a good deal more prepared to testify fully about their contents than I am now.
Mr. Buchanan, you recall when you did that, you also informed me that you had a complete file of your own memoranda.
Right.
And these
are
from that file.
No, sir, they're not. You've got memoranda here dating back to 69, 2 and 69, 1970. I have no memoranda in my operative file that even Xerox that deal with 1969 or 1970, and I was unaware that was within the purview of the committee.
At the appropriate time, if such memorandum is referred to, you can raise whatever question you wish to. Not all those memoranda may be referred to. They are the memoranda that the committee did receive, and we felt you should have them at your table.
Mr. Dash, I don't think I need a counsel more than I need a librarian, frankly.
Well,
these are, Mr. Chairman, excuse me. I think it would. Do you understand, is my understanding correct that you thought you were informed that you would be able to see all the documents you would be cleared up?
I made it in discussion with Mr. Dash and Mr. Lenzner. I asked repeatedly. I said, listen, I did not recommend any dirty tricks. If you have any strategy memo that could be misconstrued, I'd like to see it. If you've got any memo that you want to take up with me in committee session, you let me see it. I'll be happy to discuss it. And I was shown
you were asking to see
my own memoranda. My own memoranda, just so, because in my files There are thousands of memoranda which I could not have possibly have read in the 24 hours I was given to prepare for this testimony. I'm prepared to discuss any of these memoranda if I'm given an opportunity to look them over.
Mr. Chairman, as a general proposition, I think that we should have done this with past witnesses, and I think we ought to do it with future witnesses. If we have documents, especially documents that the witnesses themselves prepare, essentially their own work product, I don't think it serves the committee's purposes to put the witness in a position of being able to merely surprise him with a document that maybe he hadn't seen for years. I don't think there's anything wrong. I think it's thoroughly right and proper that a witness, especially when he requests it and it's promised him, is able to review his own memoranda before he comes in here and is asked to testify in detail about certain sentences of maybe a 6-page memorandum in public. And I would think that if he's queried on any particular memorandum, he ought to have the chance to sit and read the whole memorandum before he's...
I agree with you, and I would suggest that you give Mr. Buchanan all of the memoranda that they're going to ask him about, and if he wants to adjourn the meeting so he can read them before we question him, I'll be glad to take that up with the committee. And on the other hand, if he wants to proceed, then I'll assure him we'll give him plenty of time to refresh his recollection about the memorandum.
And Mr. Chairman, this again is in the context of a subpoena that we served on Mr. Buchanan for his memoranda, which he prepared, and he was not forthcoming on the directions of the White House to give us those. There was no promise to supply him all of the memoranda that we had. It is not for the purpose of surprise, but a correct questioning of this witness by the committee is not accomplished by providing all of the memoranda in advance so that any testimony can be given which may be rehearsed testimony.
Mr. Chairman,
I'd like to point out that in this very thick folder there is something like 34 memoranda. I was presented this memoranda last night about 6 o'clock, so I don't know about the witness being surprised, but I certainly am. And I've had no opportunity to go over this at all. I have leafed through a few of these. I did it late last night. They have nothing to do with dirty tricks at all. But I think also in the proper procedure of this committee, it would be an excellent idea if senators had the opportunity of seeing voluminous memoranda that the committee apparently has had for many weeks.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question to put things in perspective for my own purposes? Could I ask where we got these memoranda?
We got these memorandum by subpoena of the files of the Committee for Re-Election of the President that are either in the archives or from Mr. Magruder's files, which are presently in the possession of the special prosecutor.
So all of these documents came either from the Committee to Re-Elect or from the archives or
from the special prosecutor who was holding Mr. Magruder's files.
So one way or the other, they came from the Committee to Re-Elect or the White House file?
Yes.
Well, if I could make a statement.
Was any, before you go on, Mr. Buchanan, was any protest made delivering any of these documents by anyone?
No, we have no protest. These were delivered to us.
We don't have any litigation over them?
No, they were given to us by subpoena, and both by the special prosecutor and as well as by subpoena through the archives of the committee.
So the only question involved is whether or not the witness and the committees had a chance to look through this inch-and-a-half folder.
Yeah, but we've had this problem before. These folders and these exhibits come to us over a period of time. We've also had the problem that has already been indicated earlier, and I only feel it's fair to make this record, since it's been referred to, as to when various members of the committee get exhibits. We've had the problem of when exhibits do appear in the press, and I've indicated how I deplore the question that Mr. Buchanan raised concerning revelations in the press, and it's the effort of the committee to hold as tightly as possible all of its documents so that there are no leaks. The emphasis is to try to put together for the full committee all of the material that we have in advance of calling the witness as early as we can for the committee. Yesterday was the first time that we could actually index and put these things together for the committee and prepare them ourselves as a staff for this committee.
Mr. Chairman, I can verify the difficulties, and Mr. Dash and I have both worked together on these matters and trying to get the things out in sufficient time for the members of the committee and for ourselves. The problem that I see, though, and one that I think really needs clarification, Mr. Dash's statement that the purposes of the committee are not served by providing these documents to a witness in advance. A criminal defendant under Rule 16 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure has a right to copies of his own recorded statements well in advance of trial. And I don't think it's right to bring a witness in here and surprise him with one of his own documents. I think he ought to have a chance to look at his own documents, especially if they've been promised to him.
Mr. Chairman, let me say that I think you accurately summarize the dilemma when you say that it really is up to the witness to decide whether he wants to proceed at this point or not. And I would recommend, Mr. Chairman, that we leave that decision to Mr. Buchanan.
Can I ask Mr. Buchanan just one question?
Mr. Chairman,
Buchanan, did you not tell us that, in fact, you were informed by the archivist as to the memos that we had Xeroxed?
Right. I was informed by the archivist as to the memos you had Xerox. We were not sure that they were in your possession. It was said that these were memos of ours that were in the archives. I did not know what you had, and we asked you what you had the other night, and I was not informed. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, let me just mention I am altogether unfamiliar at this point in time with the first 10 memoranda that go through 1970. I don't believe they have anything to do with the 1972 campaign. I am aware of the first memorandum, March 24th, 1971, which has to do with strategy for the 72 campaign. And I do not know if I have read or looked over all these memos. I do recognize a number of them. I'm fully prepared to go ahead and testify to these. And if there's some in here that I have not seen or looked over in the last couple of weeks, then we can take a few minutes and I can look them over. Would that be fair? It's up to number 10. The ones before that I would have to sit back and read because I have not seen those.
We may have to, because on the question of whether they are relevant to this inquiry, I think I'll be able to at least state an argument as to the relevance of those that I will refer to. And if Mr. Buchanan would like to read them first before any questions, then I will desist. But I would like to proceed in a certain line of questioning which may lead into some of those memoranda.
Okay, we'll do the best we can.
Well, now, let's make sure we understand.
Let's see if I understand the witness. Do you want some time to read some memoranda?
No. Senator, I would prefer to go ahead. As I say, these memoranda, the first 10, deal with prior to the 1970 congressional elections. I don't think, on glancing over it, they have anything to do with 1972 at all. They may have. I'm prepared fully to testify now, and if we run into a memoranda that they quote from that I have not read or seen in 4 years, then maybe I can sit back and take a look at it.
Well, we can rule on that when they're presented. But my impression is that people run for office about 6 and 7 years in advance now. I think
we were more successful.
I think that was one reason that the Democratic Party suffered a defeat. That is, many candidates got out and ran so long in advance. And
I take it, Mr. Chairman. I take it. I fully agree with you. I've been the victim of having to run 6 or 7 years in advance. I know the symptoms. But 6 or 7 years in advance, according to my mental arithmetic, would take us back to 1961, and I think we ought to take that into account as we proceed.
I don't think we go back to 61, Mr. Buchanan.
Well, right.
All right. Now, how were your memoranda rooted?
The primary channel of communication for political memoranda, if it was to the President, it would go through Mr. Haldeman. Other than that, the principal strategy memoranda would go to Mr. Haldeman and a copy to the Attorney General.
All right, now, sometime during the summer of 1971, were you asked to direct an investigation of Daniel Ellsberg?
That is correct. In July 6, if I recollect the date correctly, I was called to a meeting in Mr. Ehrlichman's office where Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Colson, and Mr. Haldeman were present at various times, and I was asked to not so much conduct the investigation, I believe, as to oversee the investigation and to serve as White House liaison, an assignment I rejected.
And in rejecting it, by the way, what reason did you give in rejecting it?
I felt that for me, an investigation of Daniel Ellsberg was a waste of my time and my abilities.
Did you prepare any memoranda with regard to that assignment request?
I did. I rejected the offer verbally, and subsequent to that, I believe on the 8th of July, I did prepare a memorandum for Mr. Ehrlichman indicating my reasons why I not only did not want to undertake it myself, but did not see the value of doing so. I do not have a copy of that memorandum, Mr. Dash. I am going to talk to the grand jury tomorrow about the particular memorandum, but I would have to go back to the White House and sit down and study it before I could give you any details.
Well, I'm not asking for that at this moment, and we don't have a copy either, Mr. Buchanan. But I would like to show you a memorandum dated August 26, 1971, from Mr. David Young to Mr. John Ehrlichman, which is already in the record of this committee as exhibit number 91. You have it? You have it there? It's not in the file. It should be.
You've got 91 here?
No, it should be loose on the top of your top of it there.
Oh. Are these in chronological order, the way they're going to come? Okay.
Now,
right.
If you'll turn to page 4 of that memorandum, and you'll notice that there's an item 9 that raises the question, how quickly do we want to try to bring about a change in Ellsberg's image? And you see an asterisk. Sorry.
This thing is not, is this from David Young?
August
26?
Yes.
Page 4?
Page 4.
How far down here?
Down the last line.
Oh, how, okay.
August 26, Senator Baker. Right. I think everybody has one at their
I've got it, Mr. Dash.
Yes. And you have it, it's number 9, the last line of the memo on page 4. And the question put there is, how quickly do we want to try to bring about a change in Ellsberg's image? You notice an asterisk. And if you turn the page, the last half of the page has an asterisk, and it's followed by the following language. In connection with issue 9, it is important to point out that with the recent article on Ellsberg's lawyer, Boudin, we have already started on a negative press image for Ellsberg. If the present Liddy project number 1 is successful, it will be absolutely essential to have an overall game plan developed for its use in conjunction with the congressional investigation. In this connection, I believe that the point of Buchanan's memorandum on attacking Ellsberg through the press should be borne in mind, namely, that the situation being attacked is too big to be undermined by planted leaks among the friendly press. Now, is that a reference to Buchanan's memorandum, the memorandum you referred to when you refused to accept the assignment?
I think it would have to be, because I've gone through all of my cron file, which would have all of my memoranda through July, August, and September, and that's the only memoranda that makes a reference to Mr. Ellsberg. There's a couple points I would like to make in reference to this. I trust I did not leave the impression that what the assignment I was being offered was something illicit or unethical or wrong. It was not, and I did not understand it that way from Mr. Haldeman, Colson, or Ehrlichman. Secondly, in the memorandum, I would not like to be held to the exact verbiage of my memoranda right now, not having looked at it, but I did suggest, frankly, my personal view was that a national address be made, and that the subject of national address would be the New York Times decision and the Washington Post decision, and I drafted a speech which was not delivered, but the speech had no mention of Mr. Ellsberg in it, and it was my feeling that not having done that, the situation with regard to the public opinion, which had decided, frankly, in favor of the newspapers, decision to publish those documents, which we disagreed with, the documents not being particularly disadvantageous to the Nixon administration since they were from the early Kennedy and Johnson years. I felt we should argue this thing out on principle on the front pages in a major address dealing with the New York Times and the Washington Post, and not try to, in effect, speak to columnists who tended to agree with us and ask them to argue this issue on the back pages. That would be inefficacious.
Mr. Buchanan, in line with your statement about you did not understand that there was any request for wrongdoing, I wish to stress that in questions that I will be putting to you, I don't wish you to infer any inference from the question of any wrongdoing or impropriety on your part. As a matter of fact, I think that one of the value of your being here today and being able to testify is to aid the committee into delineating what is proper, what's not proper. This is a problem that the committee will have to resolve ultimately under its mandate, and I would like to ask you from time to time your own opinion on that to aid the committee, and that therefore I would like to stress the fact that my questions are not seeking to suggest impropriety on your part.
Thank you, sir.
Now, did you know, though, that a special unit under Mr. Ehrlichman was contemplated and was in fact set up to investigate Mr. Ellsberg?
No, sir, I did not. The first I heard of the plumbers unit was when I believe I read it in Newsweek. And my understanding of my assignment was that it would not be an investigation conducted inside the White House at all, by White House personnel, but it would be outside.
Did you know Mr. Krogh or Mr. Young?
Very well. Mr. Krogh is a good personal friend of mine. Mr. Young, I work with on briefing books occasionally. When he worked with Dr. Kissinger, I knew him less well than I do Mr. Krogh.
And did you have any working relationship at all with regard to this particular matter?
No, I had nothing to do with the thing once we signed off.
After you turned down the offer to sort of coordinate this investigation of Mr. Ellsberg, did Mr. Colson talk to you about it and indicate that you had been given first opportunity and he had gone ahead and picked somebody else?
Well, this came very recently. Mr. Colson had called me. He said, simply to alert me as a courtesy, that he had discussed the Ellsberg thing before some Senate committee, and he said, I told the Senate committee that you had been offered the assignment of investigating the Ellsberg thing first, and that you turned it down, and that I had, after you turned it down, I had spoken with you by telephone to offer it to you again, and that you had turned it down again by telephone. And I have no recollection of that telephone call with Mr. Colson, but I'm sure it's accurate.
By the way, when did you first learn of the break-in Dr. Fielding's office?
When Mr. Mort Allen, who runs the President's News Summary, came walking into my office with the item off the A-wire.
Now, Mr. Buchanan, will you turn to your memorandum of June 8, 1972, which is tab 27, and turn to page 11 of that.
Yes.
Now, does there appear on page 11 of that memorandum?
There does appear.
Well, is that a memorandum that you prepared?
This is the known euphemistically as the assault strategy. This is not. I did a memorandum like this, but this does not look like my typewriter. This is not the format. This is not the. I did do a memorandum of a considerable length on this subject. It looks like mine, but it does not look like the top of it. Mine would be a memorandum, say, to the President from Buchanan, Kachigian, and giving the date. So the front page does not look like the format, but I did prepare a memorandum of great length on the various items, 40 items in the assault strategy. That's correct.
Is it true that a number of your memoranda, which you did prepare under a certain form, were actually transmitted to the Mr. Magruder or the committee, and sometimes they retyped them in another form?
I think from what you gentlemen showed me the other night, it appears that's what was done to a number of them. This conceivably was done here. I'm sure this is my memoranda, but apparently it was done here. I had thought you gentlemen had retyped them, but
we haven't retyped it.
Okay.
Now,
This
well,
is, you know.
Let me point to paragraph 25 on page 11, which has a heading Ellsberg, and read, McGovern's personal encouragement of Ellsberg to violate federal law is a matter which we should wait to exploit, say 2 months after the Democratic Convention. It should serve as a centerpiece of a national speech, perhaps by the Vice President. Now,
right.
was that in your memory? Do you recall making that recommendation?
I'm sure it is, because what you do not have is, coupled with this, if you will, the attack strategy, was what was known as a quotations or attack book. In that book, there's a public statement by Senator McGovern of 4 paragraphs from Parade magazine, wherein he himself states publicly, I believe, that he told Daniel Ellsberg, I believe, that I can't do this because I'm a senator, but why don't you go to the New York Times? In my judgment, that was a political error on his part. The quotation was a public one. The quotation was in the political quotations book, and my recommendations was that, having researched Senator McGovern thoroughly, having got a hold of this quotation, we should hold back and use this as a centerpiece of the speech later in the campaign. That's correct.
Then it would be fair to say that one of your recommendations during the campaign was to attempt to make some tie-in between the Ellsberg matter and Senator McGovern's campaign.
There was no need to make the tie-in. We were going to use Senator McGovern's own quotations. That was a matter of public record.
Now, in preparation for the campaign of 72, Mr. Buchanan, were task forces created at the White House to deal with various aspects of the campaign?
I don't think they were at the White House. I think the committee to re-elect had a number of some 15 task force type groups which would study various aspects of the campaign, and I think they were inclusive, these groups, of White House personnel.
Well, were you given any particular assignment in the campaign of an opposition?
Right. I think it was around mid-1971. I was named chairman of the opposition research, opposition tracking, opposition analysis group, which would be one task force within the campaign.
And what was your responsibility in that particular position?
Well, I saw my responsibility as essentially analysis of the strengths and weaknesses and potential strategies and scenarios of the potential Democratic candidates for the presidency.
Who worked with you in this task force to assist you?
Well, some of the memorandum I did, quite frankly, before I was given the assignment. I think the one you mentioned on Muskie on March 24th, I think the assignment came in either May or June, I believe. But Mr. Ken Kachigian was a political assistant of mine.
Now, in the course of your duties during the presidential campaign of 72, and also your duties at the White House, were you of the view that a number of tax-exempt foundations were unfriendly to the president or to the Republican Party, and indeed helpful to the Democratic Party?
Well, that might have been mentioned during the 71 or 72, but this is an idea that, or a thought that I've had back as far as 69 and 70, and it is my view that, for example, the tax-exempt funds of the Ford Foundation, which is the largest of all foundations, which has something like 18% of all assets of foundations, that these by and large were being channeled when they were into public policy institutes and others which were in basic disagreement with our own political philosophy, and that these tax-exempt multi-millions have the effect, in my personal judgment, of unbalancing the political process. So I've recommended and have drafted speeches, actually, to lay this out on the table, much as we laid out what I felt was the bias of the networks on the tables, at the same time to create some of our own institutions, which would be a counterpart of, say, the Brookings Institution, which would be conservative institutions. That's true. But that, I do not think that was an issue or a matter that was, I may be wrong, I haven't read all these memos, but it was under active consideration in the campaign of 71 or 72. I know I recommended it to the President after the campaign of 72 that we ought to establish our own institutions, our own public policy things and on a competitive basis.
Well, did you not believe that the leading contender in the beginning of the Democratic primaries for the presidential candidacy, Senator Muskie, had a special relationship with the Ford Foundation?
Well, I think Senator Muskie went on two trips, I believe. Again, it was a matter of public record, 2 or 3 that were sponsored by the Ford Foundation. One of them was to Japan, I believe, and one of them was elsewhere. Again, my view is that we ought to make the whole question of tax-exempt foundations and the use of their funds to especially a giant one like the Ford Foundation, to unbalance the political process, in my judgment, we ought to make it a public and political issue. And I've recommended speeches dealing with that subject. Now, on the Muskie recommendation, I think you would have to, before moving on that, you'd have to make the case nationally against the Ford Foundation and McGeorge Bundy's operation.
Did you make a recommendation that an investigation should be made concerning the Ford Foundation's activities in political affairs?
I did an investigation.
Democrats?
I did an investigation in myself in 1970, in the summer of 70. But again, this did not have to do with 71 or 72.
Well, now,
I read every article that was written and the books that were written on the Ford Foundation in a 10-day vacation period, and you did not need, other than the material that I had at hand, in the public sector as to where these funds were being channeled. It's a matter of public record where the Ford Foundation puts its funds.
All right, now, Mr. Buchanan, would you turn to your memorandum 24 to the President, which is tab 10, on a subject, the Muskie Watch, and if you turn to page 7 of that memorandum.
24. You've only, your librarian has made an error. My 24 here is a memorandum to John Mitchell and H.R. Haldeman. I don't have that.
You have tab 10? You may have
tab 10?
Tab 10. I mean, it was your memorandum of March 24.
I'm sorry.
Not tab.
The Muskie Watch, yes, sir. What page of that?
There's a vote on in the Senate, so we'll have to suspend temporarily. Anyway.
This would give you an opportunity, Mr. Buchanan, to read it, and perhaps to read some additional memoranda.
Ford Foundation.
The senators are again headed for the Senate floor to vote on amendments to the military aid bill, so we'll take a short break. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
Went on 2 trips, I believe. Again, it was a matter of public record, 2 or 3 that were sponsored by the Ford Foundation. One of them was to Japan, I believe, and one of them was elsewhere. Again, my view is that we ought to make the whole question of tax-exempt foundations and the use of their funds to especially a giant one like the Ford Foundation, to unbalance the political process, in my judgment, we ought to make it a public and political issue. And I've recommended speeches dealing with that subject. Now, on the Muskie recommendation, I think you would have to, before moving on that, you'd have to make the case nationally against the Ford Foundation and McGeorge Bundy's operation.
Did you make a recommendation that an investigation should be made concerning the Ford Foundation's activities in political affairs?
I did an investigation.
Democrats?
I did an investigation in myself in 1970, in the summer of 70. But again, this did not have to do with 71 or 72.
Well, now,
I read every article that was written and the books that were written on the Ford Foundation in a 10-day vacation period, and you did not need, other than the material that I had at hand, in the public sector as to where these funds were being channeled. It's a matter of public record where the Ford Foundation puts its funds.
All right, now, Mr. Buchanan, would you turn to your memorandum 24 to the President, which is tab 10, on a subject, the Muskie Watch. And if you would turn to page 7 of that memorandum.
24. You've only, your librarian has made an error. My 24 here is a memorandum to John Mitchell and H.R. Haldeman. I don't have that.
You have tab 10? You may have
tab 10?
Tab 10. I mean, it was your memorandum of March 24.
I'm sorry.
Not tab.
The Muskie Watch, yes, sir. What page of that?
There's a vote on in the Senate, so we'll have to suspend temporarily. Anyway.
This would give you an opportunity, Mr. Buchanan, to read it and perhaps make some additional memoranda.
Ford Foundation.
The senators are again headed for the Senate floor to vote on amendments to the military aid bill, so we'll take a short break. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPACT correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearings, Chief Counsel Sam Dash is questioning Pat Buchanan on his attitudes toward tax-exempt foundations.
I guess I'll proceed. Committee will resume.
Mr. Buchanan will resume questioning. Yes, sir. I directed your attention to the March 24, 1971 memorandum, which is a memorandum from you to the President under the subject, the Muskie Watch. And I've asked you to look at page 7 of that memorandum, and I'll read into the record the short paragraph on the top of page 7, headed the Ford Foundation. When Whitney Young passed away, one saw a picture of Ed Muskie in the surf with Young, and one learned that they were gathered in Nigeria on a Ford Foundation financed trip. Now, in my research on Ford, this is the third such trip. Muskie was the only Democrat who made both junkets to Japan. Some of our own Republican friends went also on one, financed by Ford. Certainly some troublesome questions could be raised about Muskie's connection with McGeorge Bundy's giant institution, and are they behind his candidacy? Investigation should be done on this score. This goes hand in glove, I guess glove, really, rather than typo, with the foundation speeches. And therefore you were recommending at that time that investigation should be done, which would
well, yeah, but the investigation would be investigation of the public record. All the materials that I had on the Ford Foundation came from a huge volume of magazine articles. They came from reading the voluminous testimony before the Patman Committee, which uncovered, I believe, or elevated the fact that the Ford Foundation had provided stipends for 8 of Senator Kennedy's campaign assistants. And an investigation would be a simple matter to go down a list of Muskie staffers and ascertain if any of these were on the payroll of the Ford Foundation. But that's all I can say on that.
Well, then, actually, and I think you've testified to this briefly, that even prior to this particular memorandum, and actually a year earlier, in March of 1970, that you indicated to the President, or the President actually indicated to you, a belief that an investigation should be made of the large foundations to learn which foundations supported the Democratic Party and which were favorable to the administration. Do you recall that?
Which investigation made it? What is the date of the memorandum?
Let me refer you to your memorandum of March 3, 1970, which is tab 4.
Right. Well, here, I think I can explain that very simply for you. The investigation was made. It was made by me. It was made by me in June of 1970. I got Reader's Guide, every publication, books, everything I could read on the Ford Foundation, the Patman hearings. I took them to Florida and spent 10 days researching and writing. And I wrote there, I had every connection of the Ford Foundation that had funded the Brookings Institute, the Fund for the Republic, the Institute of Policy Studies, and various other satellite institutions. And I made my recommendations in the form of 2 addresses. The speeches were written. They're mentioned here. They've never been delivered. But this seemed to me to be a purely legitimate activity, and the fact that...
I'm not questioning that, Mr.
Well, the fact that the Ford Foundation is using its tax-exempt funds to fund, by and large, liberal or left institutions presents a distortion, in my judgment, of the American political process. There's no conservative foundation which has anything approaching the resources of Ford, or which is as active in funding either liberal institutions or social action agencies. And so my argument was that this is a matter that we ought to put in the public record. And that's why I wrote the speeches, and the investigation was not anything done covertly in any manner. It was done by me.
And as a matter of fact, Mr. Buchanan, and I'd like you to turn to tab 4, which is your memorandum of March 3, 1970, to the President, in which you did put down most of this on record, and I think from this memorandum must have come your investigation and later understanding of the foundations.
This is inaccurate. This is, let me tell you, Mr. Dash, second to the political realignment, the dream of the American conservative is to put together our own Brookings Institution. I believe, is this the idea for the MacArthur Institute?
No. Do you have tab 4?
Let's see.
It's a memorandum on White House letterhead, March 3, 1970.
Yeah, I have not been shown this memorandum before. Oh, there it is, MacArthur Institute. I have not been shown this memorandum before.
I'm not talking about the MacArthur Institute at this point. The first page of the memorandum, which has the date March 3, 1970 on it. Do you see it?
Could you tell me?
MacArthur Institute.
Oh, yes, it refers to it, but I'm not.
I have not been shown this memorandum prior to today. I haven't seen this for close to 4 years.
I'm going to ask you some questions, and you have time to take it, and take as much time as you want.
Fine.
And there was 20 minutes during our break, which I asked you if you wanted to take time to look at some of the memorandum. But in any event, is it not true that the very opening paragraph of that memoranda states that the President directed several of us to give thought to how to combat the institutionalized power of the left concentrated in the foundations that succor the Democratic Party?
That's an accurate reading of the first sentence, yes, sir.
Yes. Now, do you believe that it is appropriate and for the administration, either through the White House or any of its representatives, to influence federal government grant programs in a way to deny grants to unfriendly foundations in favor of pro-administration foundations?
That would depend if the, I'm not that conversant with grants, but if the grants are based on lowest bidder, then it should be lowest bidder and it should be done honestly. If the grants are discretionary, within the authority of the President to turn them over to one institution or another, I would recommend to the President that he turn any grants for studies or projects like that over to institutions which generally support the values and principles in which we believe, and not to other institutions such as the Brookings Institution, which is my judgment is amounts to really a government in exile for the Democratic Party.
And in fact, if you look on page 4 of your memorandum, which follows your recommendation that for the MacArthur Institute, which would be a Republican conservative foundation, there's a heading, what about the money that would fund such an institute? And if you look at item 3 under that, the recommendation is that all federal contracts now going to institutions which are essentially anti-administration would be shifted to this new baby and to other pro-administration foundations. Anti-administration foundations should be cut off without a dime. One good talk to the cabinet would be all that would be required to get cooperation here. And budget could be on notice to notify the West Wing of Brookings gets any more money.
There's nothing in there, of course, if it's a lowest bidder thing, there's no recommendation in there for violating the law again, but I do agree, and I would urge that the Nixon administration, if there are discretionary funds and if there are institutions which are supportive of the values in which we believe, then our discretionary contracts for studies and the like should go to institutions that concur with us. I would reemphasize what I stated there. But what does this have to do with the campaign of 1972?
Well, this is in context of the question I asked earlier about the Ford Foundation and the influence of foundations in the campaign. And I think that this is the background of that, which led up to that. And that's why it's relevant. Now, do you also believe, Mr. Buchanan, or did you advocate that it's an appropriate function of the White House or its representatives to use the Internal Revenue Division as a weapon against foundations you believe as friendly to the Democratic Party and unfriendly to the administration?
I have recommended on several occasions. Once when I received in the mail a political attack on the President and the Vice President and the Attorney General. It was a strictly political attack in violation of the law in my judgment, because at the end of the political attack it said, please send in your tax-exempt dollars now. On each of these occasions, there were 2 or 3 when these things occurred, I have recommended to Mr. Haldeman that this matter be looked into. It appeared to me to be a violation of the law. It was the use of tax-exempt funds, and for political operations it was disadvantageous to the administration. And if these institutions were using their tax-exempt status to engage in politics, then we should move to remove their tax exemption. If you recall, in 1967, I believe President Johnson directed that the tax exemption of the Sierra Club be removed for its violation of its tax exemption by virtue of its lobbying. It had only sent out a single ad, I believe, on a conservation issue.
Now, as a matter of fact, in the same memorandum on the next page, Mr. Buchanan, on page 5, which is your general memorandum on the so-called liberal foundations and the requirement for a Republican conservative foundation, at the very top of the page, do you not state that one of my primary concerns about this is that it requires a strong fellow running the Internal Revenue Division, right, and an especially friendly fellow with a friendly staff in the tax-exempt office.
Exactly.
I'm not sure we have the right now. Now, and second, we could use a greater willingness on the part of our internal revenue to engage in combat with some of these lesser anti-administration institutions like the Stern Foundation.
Right. Now, let me give you the reasoning on this thing. After the election of 1964, when Barry Goldwater was defeated, there was a conservative foundation who had some personnel who had worked in Senator Goldwater's campaign. They came within an ace of losing their tax exemption, even though they had not engaged in political activities. There's no question but that in my mind, there's an apprehension in my mind, if the Democratic Party came into power and this any tax-exempt institution you had created, which was not really clean as a hound's tooth, in which any sort of violation had occurred, would have that tax exemption jerked.
Now, was there a general request you know of by the administration for either tax audits or tax reports about or from the group of foundations that you classified as liberal?
No, no. I think that's the expenditures of foundations, I believe, as a result of the 1969 Tax Act, I believe are a matter of public record. I've never seen a tax return of anybody, any institution or any individual that I can recall since I've been in the White House. I do not know why you would have to look at a tax return. It's a public record, what the Ford Foundation, its income, its assets, its disbursements. You could just read their annual report. I do not believe I recommended that, but again, I have not looked.
I'm not. No, I've just quoted your recommendation. I'm not suggesting you have. I've asked you whether or not, based on that recommendation, you are aware of any implementation or follow-through of any request for tax reports.
No, because as I say, it's not a tax report you would look for if you're trying to remove the tax exemption of an administration. There's not any financial hanky-pank. It's whether they're engaged in the political process where they have no business. For example, I saw a report back in 67 or 68. The National Student Association had decided to engage in lobbying and the like, and it was engaged in wholly political activity. But the same report that showed it was engaged in that, which was a public report incidentally, showed that they had set up some sort of dual fund which enables them to get tax-exempt funds into one pot, and the other is non-tax exempt. And
well, but your recommendation that what we required is a friendly fellow or friendly staff in the tax-exempt office then would mean some aggressive activity.
Well, it's widely known that the Internal Revenue Service, in our judgment, is controlled politically by Democrats, or had been at that particular period in time.
And do you know whether or not, after this recommendation...
Did we clean it out?
Yes.
I think we've only got something like 10 Schedule C positions. I think at this particular period in time we had only filled one of our own. And it has been our impression, I think perhaps justified, that in the past that the tax-exempt division of the Internal Revenue Service had been biased against conservative tax-exempt organizations and had been very lenient with regard to those to liberal tax-exempt organizations and their activities which crossed the boundary into politics.
Now, did you know, or do you know, Mr. John Caulfield?
I know him very well.
Did you know of his work at the White House and what his role was at the White House?
I knew he was doing routine investigations. I had no knowledge of some of the activities which have become public.
You had no relationship in any way?
I have
with
a close personal relationship. He's a very good friend of mine.
Now, did you know about the political activities of a person known as Fat Jack? I think in your statement you indicated you did not know.
The first I've heard of Fat Jack was when it came out in Mr. Hunt's testimony.
Now, were you aware that the Committee for the Re-election of the President had a spy in the Muskie campaign headquarters who was photographing Muskie material and turning them over to the Committee for the Re-election of the President?
I was not aware that we had a spy. On 2 occasions, I received personally documents from the Muskie campaign which were fairly low-grade political ore. They were sent over by the Committee to Re-elect. They were unsolicited papers, and they were in a photograph form. But whether the individual there was a leak or a spy, or whether it was Fat Jack or one of these other code names, or how it came to the Committee to Re-elect, I could not tell you to this day.
How did you say you received some material that came from the Muskie headquarters?
It came out of the Muskie campaign, that's correct. There were several batches of photograph documents. As I stated, it was fairly low-grade political ore. Leaks are not uncommon in campaigns. And the Committee to Re-elect asked what I thought they should do with it, and I said, well, most of it's insignificant, but there might be 1 or 2 items here in which brothers Evans and Novak might be interested. I think one of them, as a matter of fact, Senator Muskie had proposed using public funds in California for public hearings to advance his candidacy, which would seem to me to be a matter which the people had a right to know.
As a matter of fact, the Mr. Evans and Novak, they published the matter in their column?
I couldn't state with certitude that what I recommended that we send to them was the material that was published. I would have to be shown by the staff the column, and I would also have to be shown, I think, again, the material we had. But we did get material on 2 occasions, and I did recommend that it be sent to the columnist Evans and Novak. Evans and Novak did print on 2 occasions, I believe, material from Muskie's camp. I don't know if this was the same thing. Mr. Hunt, I believe, testified, maybe I'm mistaken, yesterday that there were 10 batches or something like that. If that's true,
yes,
if that's true, we did not see it.
You only saw 2 batches.
There were just 2 occasions, right.
2 occasions. Mm-hmm. Now, an important part of your assignment in the 1972 campaign was to recommend political strategy, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And what, in fact, was your major recommendation at the beginning of the campaign?
I would say that in 1971, as I stated at the outset, my principal recommendation was that given the fact that we had 12 Democrats opposing us, all of them attacking the president, that we ought to concentrate and focus our political resources primarily, if not exclusively, on Senator Muskie, who was then the front runner leading the president in the polls.
And did you put these recommendations in the form of a memorandum?
I certainly did.
Now, it was your recommendation, was it not, and I think you just indicated, that the Republican Party, through the campaign, actually attempt to affect the primaries so as to affect Mr. Muskie's chances in the primaries?
Well, there's no doubt about it that in the summer of '71, we were counterattacking against Senator Muskie. He had to run the gauntlet of the political primaries, and right, if you're devising a political strategy, you would have to take these things into consideration in providing scenarios for the primaries. Democrats in the primaries was one of our functions. And
this actually led one of your, or at least basic memoranda, was the one I think we referred to already, the memoranda of March 24, '71, which is tab 10, which you called the Muskie Watch.
There were four basic ones. One was an analysis of Senator Muskie, one was an analysis of Senator Humphrey, another analysis of Senator Kennedy, and another analysis of Senator Jackson.
Is it not true, Mr. Buchanan, that you personally believe that the 1972 election was more than an ordinary presidential election, but had a direct relationship to the safety of the country?
That is a line, I believe, out of a memorandum of mine, the Muskie Watch. Let me say I would have been less apprehensive had Senator Jackson been the nominee than had Senator Muskie or Senator McGovern. If Senator McGovern or Senator Muskie had won that election, given their views with regard to American policy in Southeast Asia, I think it would have been little short of a catastrophe. That's correct.
If Senator Muskie had won the election?
Given his views on Southeast Asia, and even late in the campaign, those of Senator Humphrey. The only Democrat I would have been mildly comfortable with and would have been Senator Henry Jackson.
And actually you expressed that view, did you not, on page 7 of that memo?
Right. There was a... Yes, sir.
On
this
10.
is the Muskie Watch.
Let me just read you the language that you had.
Mm-hmm.
We ought to go down to the kennels and turn all the dogs loose on Ecology Ed. The president is the only one who should stand clear, while everybody else gets chewed up. The rest of us are expendable commodities. Yeah. But if the president goes, we all go, and maybe the country with us, my view.
That's correct.
That was your...
Mr. Dash, if you've read my articles in the New York Times, which are fourth or fifth draft, you know that my rhetoric is somewhat hot, and you can imagine what the first draft is like, and that is one of them. Incidentally, let me make a point here. The exaggerated metaphor is really the staple of American political language. In the campaign of 1972, I recall Mr. Gary Hart said publicly, if the Nixon people do to us what the Humphrey people did to us, which is underestimate us, we'll kill them. Now, I'm sure that Mr. Hart did not mean physical violence on us, and when I said we're going down to the kennels, the reference was not to King Timoho.
Well, then, what actually did you have in mind when you were talking about being chewed up and doing everything that you could in order to go down the line to see that Muskie would not succeed?
As I say, others disagreed with this. The Buchanan memos are not really the Van Schleifen plan of the campaign. I made strategy recommendations. Others disagreed with me. Others felt that Senator Kennedy, perchance, would be a stronger candidate than Senator Muskie, and that if we focused our political resources, which are formidable, on Senator Muskie, and he declined in the polls, the result might be the nomination of Senator Kennedy, and he would be stronger. My personal view was otherwise. I had always felt that Senator Muskie would be the strongest candidate. That analysis indicates that, and we do have limited political resources. We could not focus on all 12 of the Democrats, and I asked the President, or recommended the President, that the limited resources we were building then, that these be focused on Senator Muskie.
Well, let me put this in somewhat focus, at least to see what your understanding was as to how far you would want to go because of how you saw the fate of the country at the time. We've had testimony before us from Mr. Mitchell, the former Attorney General, who I think in response to Senator Talmadge's question stated that in order to re-elect the President, he would practically do anything. In that case, he was being questioned involving subordination of perjury and cover-up. And, of course, no questions put to you, Mr. Buchanan, with regard to that. And would you have gone as far, though? Did you feel as strongly as Mr. Mitchell?
Let me tell you, Charles Colson was quoted at once as saying, I would do anything the President of the United States asked me to do, period. Now, I would subscribe to that statement for this reason. The President of the United States would not ask me to do anything unethical, improper, or wrong, or illegal.
Now, did you... In other words, I think your statement really is that you wouldn't go as far as Mr. Mitchell's statement.
Well, I don't know that Mr. Mitchell has been demonstrated to be guilty of anything. I don't know. I don't know the facts of these cases involving the Watergate, and I think we ought to leave that up to the courts. I'm loyal to the President of the United States. That's correct. I've been loyal to him for 8 years.
I'm not questioning that, Mr. Buchanan.
Well, what is it that you are questioning, Mr. Dash?
I'm just asking you, with a memorandum where you've indicated the nature of the danger that you saw to the country and the importance that the forces of the Republican Party, including the White House, be aimed at knocking out the front runner, Mr. Muskie.
That's...
How far would you go to do that? What tactics would you be willing to use?
What tactics would I be willing to use? Anything that had been that was not immoral, unethical, illegal, or unprecedented in previous Democratic campaigns.
All right. Well, we'll leave that general definition and see whether or not some of this we might be able to define it a little clearly. Did you have any discussions with anyone at the White House about the possibility of hiring someone like a Donald Segretti?
We certainly did. As you know, Mr. Richard Dick Tuck is the well-known Democratic prankster. We enjoyed some of his tricks against us, as well as I'm sure he did. I recall in just briefly three of his favorites. One of them was in 1962 when Mr. Nixon began to deliver a major address from the back of a railroad train. He put on an engineer's cap and signaled the engineer to drive off, leaving Mr. Nixon standing there. Another was favorite was during a major political speech. Just as the speaker reaches the denouement, he drops the fire escape on him. A third was we were down at the Hotel Hilton down there in Miami Beach, and there was out front demonstrating there. I thought it was welfare mothers, or we'd heard it was welfare mothers at the time. They were all black, they were all pregnant, and they were all carrying placards that said, "Nixon's the one." Mr. Dash, in my judgment, some of the things done to us were hilarious. Mr. Haldeman, as he's testified, indicated that maybe it's about time we had ourselves a political Dick Tuck. I was called into a meeting with Mr. Chapin and several others and asked how the Dick Tuck should be structured. My recollection of the meeting is that it should be a small operation, and that because in 1971 we were depoliticizing publicly the White House, that it ought to be under the committee to re-elect the president. That was the last I've heard. I do not know if that was if Donald Segretti turned out to be the Dick Tuck gone awry or not. Because
Mr. Chapin was at that meeting with you.
It was in Mr. Chapin's office.
Yes.
That's right.
And did you learn that Mr. Chapin, in fact, hired Mr. Segretti?
No, I've never heard the name of Mr. Segretti until it came out in the banner headlines of the Washington Post. Let me make a point here also. When these things were done by Mr. Richard Tuck, they were considered humors, pranks, stunts, and we thought of them as such. But when some of the things done by our people, which were similar to those, were done, it resulted in screaming banner headlines in the Washington Post about political sabotage. Now, there's a line across which political tricks should not go, quite clearly. One of them, obviously, was in Florida, the salacious attack on Senators Jackson and Senator Humphrey, and another, I think, was against us, against the president, when phone banks of McGovern's campaign, I believe, were used in California to get near-violent demonstrations to deny the President of the United States the right to speak. These things clearly got out of hand, I think, in both campaigns. Let me move to the Donald Segretti. The first I heard of that, as I said, was in the Washington Post, and I think you have testimony that I was called into a meeting in the White House in October of 1969 when this came out to discuss the handling of the Segretti matter, and that was the first of any idea we had about the thing, or I had about his activities.
What was your relationship with the committee to re-elect the president and Mr. Magruder during the campaign?
My personal relationship with the committee to re-elect was minimal. I had the political aid had liaison with them on some matters, but my strategy memoranda and my analysis and things like this, these would go directly up to the president or to Mr. Haldeman or to Mr. Ehrlichman, or sometimes. So my relationships with Jeb Magruder were very few. I was on a committee which they ran at I think Monday nights, which was not a significant one, but they were fairly minimal. I know Jeb Magruder fairly well. But
by the way, I think having said that you did not become aware of Mr. Segretti, you're not able to really tell us what kinds of acts Mr. Segretti may have
No, I don't, but that's true. He's on. I think he has pleaded guilty, though, hasn't he? To some things. Maybe I'm wrong.
There's one count. Now, there's one count.
Okay.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Magruder actually had working for the committee to re-elect the president political espionage operatives who, like Segretti, were working in the field.
Well, I don't know that Segretti was see, there's a differentiation between pranksters and infiltration.
I'm talking about infiltrators.
As I mentioned, I received those Muskie documents. I did not know if that was a spy or if that was a leak. I don't know today the source of them. I couldn't testify to the source of them. I do not believe I knew of any spies in the other campaigns, because I do not believe I received any other documents other than these two. And the very fact that I received just these two would lead me to believe that we did not have any widespread espionage operation going.
Well, were you aware that any activities were going on as a political espionage matter under Mr. Magruder or through Mr. Segretti, which were also aimed at the candidacy of Mr. Muskie?
If you set a grand strategy, if the strategy that I recommended, and incidentally, I did not set the strategy. I was not on the senior strategy board during the campaign, and I did not set the strategy for the primaries thing, but I recommended it. If my recommended strategy were adopted, and if there were pranksters out there, I'm sure they would fit in underneath that, but I don't know that. I don't know that for sure.
Now, it is true, is it not, that you recommended as a goal of the Republican campaign effort during the Democratic primaries that the securing of Senator McGovern would be the best candidate for Mr. Nixon to run against?
Well, that would not be accurate in the I think you have a memo that I have a line in there that says that we have not been so good in our lives that Providence is going to reward us with the nomination of Senator McGovern. That's a statement in 1971. I did not even do an analysis on Senator McGovern in 1971 because we did not consider him a serious candidate. We began to consider Senator McGovern a serious candidate just prior to the Wisconsin primary, when we got reports of the strength of his organization. And after the Wisconsin primary, we did do an analysis, a strategy analysis of the coming Democratic primaries, which led us to believe that McGovern could win the nomination. In my judgment, McGovern was the candidate we wanted most at that point in time, and I believe I did make a recommendation that all political resources of the Nixon campaign and of the Nixon Republican campaigns, that they leave Senator McGovern alone and let him proceed unimpeded to the nomination, because there was a strong chance he would win it.
Let me refer you, Mr. Buchanan, to a memorandum April 12, 72, to Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman from you and Mr. Conchigian, which is tab 23. April 2. Do you have that memorandum? April 12th, excuse me.
April, the cover memorandum is the 14th.
There's a cover memorandum, and then the one that is from you.
This is right. This is our scenario. I think that of how we felt, the projections and predictions of all
yes,
the.
Let me read at least the first paragraph, which I think sets forth the position that you've been testifying to. Our primary objective, to prevent Senator Muskie from sweeping the early primaries, locking up the convention in April, and uniting the Democratic Party behind him for the fall, has been achieved. The likelihood, great 3 months ago, that the Democratic Convention would become a dignified coronation ceremony for a centrist candidate who could lead a united party into the election is now remote. Now, we look to page 8 of that same memorandum. Oh, tab 23, an April 12, 72 memorandum.
Tab 23.
23. Yeah. And I'm now referring to page 8 of that memorandum, Senator Baker. And on the very top of that page, our next goal, quote, what we need now is a decision on whom we want to run against. We believe that McGovern is our candidate for dozens of reasons. He could be painted as a left radical candidate, the Goldwater of the Democratic Party. and at this point in time we would inundate them. The Wallace Democrats, south and north, as well as the Daley and Meany Democrats, would have to take hemlock to support a fella whose major planks to chop $32 billion out of defense. Also, he is weak with the blacks and would have to cater to that vote. To his great disadvantage, Humphrey can take the blacks for granted in a contest with the president. And so, in that memorandum, the goal was, as stated, to have Mr. McGovern as the candidate for the Democratic Party.
It asks for a decision, I believe, from the campaign hierarchy in the first sentence.
But that was your recommendation.
My recommendation was repeatedly that we ought not to do anything to Senator McGovern in any way to impede his run for the nomination. And frankly, Mr. Dash, if anything was done against, even in the way of pranks or something like that, against Senator McGovern in that period of time, then it would certainly have been contrary to any recommendation that I had made.
Well, actually, on page 24, you make on tab 24, your next memorandum, April 27, 1972, from you to Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman, that's exactly your recommendation.
Right.
With the great success of McGovern and subsequent pullout of Muskie, the chances of McGovern nomination are immensely improved. Thus, we must do as little as possible this time to impede McGovern's rise.
I think the reason for that was that there were some self-starters on our side who we had frankly had one candidate, Senator Muskie, on whom we've done enormous research, who had dropped out of the race. We had done enormous research on Senator McGovern, and there were some individuals within the campaign organization, the Republican Party, who were recommending that we move now to be critical and to lay on the record Senator McGovern's positions in order to get him on the record before the convention, post-convention criticisms being given little credence. And my recommendation was that we not do that we not be critical of Senator McGovern, that we stay out of his effort, and I don't mean that in a pejorative sense, but that we not criticize him.
Yes. Now, do you notice that there's a handwritten statement, I think, which is legible, even in the Xerox, at the bottom, which says, "I agree with this. Pass along to our staff, RNC, etc."
That's the first.
Looks like John Mitchell.
That's the very first I've seen of that notation, but it indicates that Mr. Mitchell concurred with the strategy.
Concurred with your recommendation.
Right.
Now, did you believe during the campaign or advocate that the administration should use its power to make judicial appointments, including the president's power to nominate persons for Supreme Court vacancies, either for political purposes or to divide the Democratic Party?
I've recommended since back in 1968 or 1969 that the President of the United States appoint first a Southern judicial conservative to the Supreme Court, and secondly an American of ethnic descent, preferably Italian, to the U.S. Supreme Court, a distinguished jurist, because I feel that would be good for the country, and I think it would have been good for us, and it's consistent with our philosophy. That's right.
Would you turn to, I think it's a memorandum on tab 19 of October 6, 1971, and that's a cover memorandum which attaches to your memorandum.
This is the memorandum on dividing the Democrats from research?
Yes, dividing the Democrats.
Right. This, let me place this in context.
Yes.
This says, from research as requested. My understanding of this, I had been asked to do a long-range analysis of any issues, of any recommendations, of any moves that we could take which would result in divisions in the Democratic Party. The fact being that we can't win unless if the Democratic Party is united with about twice the size of ours, there's no way we can win a national election. And we recommended for a long period of time that we move to win to our side certain specific segments of the Democratic Party. My recommendations are the Southern Protestants, if you will, and the Northern Catholics, both of those strategies. And I think this is my long-range analysis of all the possible fissures and faults running through the old Roosevelt coalitions.
Right. Now, on page 3 of that memorandum, under regional fissures.
Regional.
The very number one.
Right.
The Supreme Court nomination of a Southern strict constructionist will force Democratic Northern liberals and major candidates to anger either the South with a veto vote or the blacks and the labor movement and the Northern liberals. A highly qualified Southern conservative nominee to the Supreme Court is de facto a divisive issue in the Democratic Party.
That's one of those occasions where good policy is also good politics, I think, Mr. Dash.
But in other words, what you're recommending here was that even the president's filling a Supreme Court vacancy...
Mr. Dash, it's no secret to any individual of the National Press Corps or any individual that knows me that I would recommend strong conservative judiciary officials be put on the U.S. Supreme Court. I've been recommending it since 1966 to the president. I would recommend it today, and the side effect of that is to be divisive within the National Democrats. That is an ancillary benefit with which I'm delighted.
You said it was an auxiliary?
Ancillary.
Ancillary. Now, did you in a memorandum spell out what threat there might be to a Senator Edward Kennedy presidential candidacy?
Right, but that was back, there was an analysis of, I think this was on request. After I did the Muskie analysis, I was asked to do analysis on the other primary candidates, and we did one on Senator Kennedy, I believe.
Yes, I think that would be your memorandum of June 9, 1971, which is tab 13. Were you aware, by the way, and I'm not making any special references to that, but that memorandum does deal with, as I take it, the strong possibility of a Kennedy candidacy, does it not?
Right. There was, we were very low in the polls, or relatively low in the polls in 71, and there were inklings, and I think this memorandum would reflect it. It was our feeling that if we were low and the president looked extremely vulnerable, that Senator Kennedy would move, but that if we were strong and we looked fairly invincible, that Senator Kennedy would lay back.
Mr. Buchanan, the reason, my next questions do not directly relate to anything perhaps of your own knowledge, but the date of this memorandum is relevant to testimony we've already received in this committee. It's June 9, 1971, which recognizes Kennedy as perhaps a strong candidate.
Right.
Were you aware we received testimony from Mr. Hunt yesterday that he had received instructions from Mr. Colson to fabricate some State Department
Mr.
cables
Dash,
to link the Kennedy administration to the assassination.
As I've stated, I never heard of E. Howard Hunt until mid-June of 1972. This is a memorandum that's a year earlier.
No, I'm not connecting that. I'm saying the date of that memorandum, which certainly shows that the administration...
Well, it does not show that. It's a memorandum to the President doing an analysis of Edward M. Kennedy, and my analysis indicated that I thought we should focus on Senator Muskie. And I don't know how you could... I don't believe there's anything in here which suggests we ought to do anything unethical.
I think you misunderstood my question, Mr. Buchanan. I'm not suggesting that you, in your memorandum, suggested anything other than brought out the facts in this memorandum that Mr. Kennedy was not to be forgotten as a possible presidential candidate.
There was a division of opinion within the White House and even within the opposition research group as to who would be the strongest candidate. I think the feeling of some individuals was that Senator Kennedy would be a good deal stronger candidate than Senator Muskie, but I didn't share that view.
Now, were you ever asked to help develop a newspaper ad campaign following up on the Vice President Agnew's attacks on so-called radical liberals?
That's 1969. Vice President Agnew's attack, I mean his Des Moines speech? And the other speeches, these were written in 1969. I traveled with the Vice President in
During the 72 campaign, did you participate in getting attack ads placed in newspapers against Democratic candidates?
There was only one candidate, McGovern and Wright. We recommended, as a matter of fact, it was a large portion of what we were doing was we recommended a significant budget for the political offensive as opposed to the pro-Nixon commercials and stuff. and we recommended the placement of both printed materials, but even more importantly, emulate the Johnson commercials against Goldwater and the Humphrey against Agnew, the use of television spots against Senator McGovern, and we did some which I thought were very successful. And we reviewed those materials, and while I don't know if we prepared them, I certainly reviewed some ads. They brought them over to me to look at.
Well, I'd like to just bring your attention to a memorandum from you to Mr. Clark McGregor, Haldeman, and Colson, August 1st, 1972, which is tab 32.
Spock and Hobson.
Do you have that memorandum before you?
Right.
Now, do you see political suggestions? One, in the assault book, we have the quote from McGovern about not manufacturing foolish projects, like the space shuttle. Would it not be wise to have this put into ads and pamphlets right now in the area of California, which just benefited hugely from the space shuttle? And number two, along the same lines, the old anti-tidings ad, which was so effective in my view in Maryland, quote, "If Joe wins, you lose," unquote, would seem to me an ideal all-purpose ad for GOPers in areas affected by McGovern's space and defense cuts. If McGovern wins, you lose. Or if McGovern wins, we lose. Again, the negative ads, I would think, will do more to make the president a big winner than positive re-elect the president.
Right. Can I explain why I believe that?
Of course.
My feeling was that when the president was in the polls at 65%, that every vote, or almost every vote, from 55% to 65 was less a pro-Nixon vote or enthusiastic pro-Nixon vote than it was a vote against the candidate of the Democratic Party, and that our most effective political strategy, since these were Democrats, rather than have us say, you know, what a great job we've done, you should focus on the reason why they're voting for Richard Nixon. And they're voting for Richard Nixon, quite frankly, and we recognize this, not because they were really strong supporters of ours, they were undoubtedly the most lukewarm, but because of their strong opposition to Senator McGovern. So that's one reason why we recommended that we get a larger slice of the budget for the offensive side of the campaign as opposed to the pro-Nixon commercials.
Well, were these ads supposed to be signed by the committee to re-elect the president or by Republican Party? Or were they to be citizens groups?
No, you would use, I would think Democrats for Nixon would have been an effective one if it was set up at that time.
In other words,
it doesn't make much difference.
In other words, you would use a group, some sort of group that would look like a group of citizens.
No, there's nothing in there about doing that. All it is political advertisements in newspapers are a common staple. And we ran ads in newspapers, and I don't know that any of them were done unethically. I think they were, all the attack ads which were run, I think were run after the Republican convention. And I think most of the attack ads, or the offensive ads, I should say, these had on them the identification of Democrats for Nixon, which we felt would be a more effective appeal to Democrats than a Republican group.
Well, did you ever recommend or approve the use of Republican campaign funds to go into an ad of this kind, which would be placed in the papers, which would have as its support a citizens group?
A citizens group? Well, in a campaign, there's hundreds of citizens groups that go up. I mean, that are set up. You know, Citizens for Honest Government, and Citizens for this, and Citizens for that, but here's the thing: it would not be my.
But you would prepare the ad.
I just do I do copy, or I clear copy. I don't go find out what political committee is going to be. I would do I would basically probably not do the copy. The advertising folks would bring the copy in. I would clear it, say sharpen this, and I would say it shouldn't be placed in Illinois, or this should be placed in California. And the details of these things, and whether it was a Republican group or whether it was Democrats for Nixon, these would more than likely be decisions of other individuals, I think.
Whether anybody did it, whether Republicans or Democrats, would not such an ad be in effect a manufactured ad, because it would give to the reader the impression that a group of citizens felt so strongly about a particular issue that they would be putting their own money into purchasing that space and giving that message, which in fact...
Mr. Dash, I've ghosted speeches for presidents, vice presidents, senators, Republican chairmen. I've ghosted letters to the editor, and what is illicit about ghosting an ad which individuals are
I'm
willing
asking
to
your
put their
advice,
name on.
Mr. Buchanan, and I'm not raising any question of what's illicit.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that, in effect,
Yeah.
although you say you ghosted speeches, to ghost or manufacture an ad or a letter to the editor that purports to be a letter from a citizen and is read by fellow citizens as an irate citizen's response,
Right.
which in fact is actually written by a political campaign worker and sent to the citizen to sign, is really that a true way to mold citizen opinion?
Well, it seems as long as there's an individual who is willing to sign a letter and asks you to draft it, or you draft something, an individual, it does not conflict with his views, and he signs it, I don't think there's anything. As I say, that would seem to me to be in the same category with a speechwriter who's told by a candidate or a president or a vice president, can you draft me a speech and make these points on it? It becomes the property, and the views become the views of the signer. I mean, there's nothing compulsory. It's strictly voluntary.
All right, now, Mr. Buchanan, did you ever recommend any covert or clandestine activities to be taken on during the campaign?
Well, it would depend. My own view is that there are such things as covert and clandestine and intelligence activities that are not wrong, that are not unethical, and things like that. And it's conceivable, yes. But what did you have in mind?
All right, would you turn?
No.
We turn to tab 16 of your July 28, 1971.
I don't think that. Is this tab, excuse me, is this tab 16? I'm not even sure. Did you say 15, sir?
16.
Oh, here it is, here it is.
Yeah,
I thought you'd shorted me. Okay.
Yeah, do you have it?
Yes, sir.
Turn to page 5.
Page 5, right. Oh, incidentally, this is not, this memoranda is not in my memoranda form.
No.
I mean, the approved, disapproved comment is a...
I know, I think you told us that in executive
Right.
session, but that
Okay.
probably is another memorandum which
Right.
you had prepared but was rewritten by the committee with their approved and disapproved form.
Yes, sir.
On page 5, you see special projects.
Right.
We would like to utilize Ron Walker's resources where possible to handle some close-up or close-in operations, tickets and the like when candidates visit various cities. What did you have in mind with that kind of recommendation?
When you have Senator Muskie traveling to a city, he will bring with him a traveling national press corps, which will be interested in the size of his crowds at airports, and it'd be interested in the circumstances surrounding his appearance. And if you've got at the airport a group of individuals with a sign that they throw up at the right moment, this is Nixon country, for example, you're liable to get an Associated Press photograph with Senator Muskie with the sign, which is we feel advantageous.
So in other words, who was Ron Walker?
Ron Walker was, incidentally, this I believe was rejected. This was a recommendation. Ron Walker was in charge of the president's advance men, and so he would have, there are advance men we have in various cities around the country who, when you go in there, they handle the crowds and the scheduling, and they could organize these demonstrations. It would be a less expensive operation than to have somebody travel around in advance and do it. So he would have an organization in place. I'm not certain of it, but my view is that my recollection is that this idea was rejected, that we were not allowed to use White House advance men for these type of things, and we did use state chairmen and state committees and the like. We would phone to them, and then they would set up the demonstrations, or they would issue the statements there.
This would be to give the appearance of a demonstration against.
Well, that would be one example, yes, sir.
Right.
Or you could have your literature from the committee to re-elect, or you could write up, say, if Senator Muskie were having difficulty with some particular question, a list of questions or something like that. You could draft the questions and get the local Republicans there to put them on the press bus, or to hand out their flyers at the Muskie rally, put them on the seats of chairs, things like that.
Would you turn to your memorandum of August 13, 1971, which is tab 18, just two tabs away.
Right, the 72 Sponsors Club.
Yeah, now there it says, attaches a copy of an Evans and Novak column from the July 25 Washington Post, which indicates the Democrats are setting up a 72 Sponsors Club similar to the President's Club of the LBJ era. For $72 a month, there are a number of privileges according to those who contribute. Pat Buchanan has suggested that we have someone we know, preferably a Democrat not connected with us, join this club. This could be arranged by having the individual write in explaining that he read about the club in the newspaper and is fed up with the administration's policies and wants to contribute his share and become a member of the club. This would give us many advantages in keeping track of Democratic contenders and their strategy.
Yes, sir. That idea is taken out of Larry O'Brien's campaign book. He has recommended in his campaign book that it is a good thing for Democrats to get on the mailing list for all Republican materials they could find. And our recommendation was that someone get on the mailing list for all these Democratic materials so that we get an ongoing flow of their political literature.
Well, I'm, again, Mr. Buchanan, whether it's done by Democrats or Republicans, because our mandate is to look into your entire activity. But it's also, is this a form of infiltration, though? It
is not a form of infiltration. I mean, to get on the mailing list, I think we're on the mailing list, although I don't support it. Our news summary's on the mailing list of Common Cause. We get all their publications. Our reason is that we got to put them in the President's Daily News Summary. It's not because we agree with their goals. I don't think it's any more infiltration than that.
Were you aware of any covert activities that were sponsored by the campaign, the Republican campaign, for the Democratic National Commission convention during the time of the convention?
Was I aware of any? No, I'm not aware of. I would trust we had some intelligence people down at Miami Beach to see how they handle their convention. That's a gigantic affair, and how they handle their press, how they handle demonstrations. Frankly, their scheduling was a little weak in terms of the hour of the morning which Senator McGovern spoke. I would hope we would have people down there looking at this, but this was not my function.
Well, would you look at your memorandum of April 10, 1972, on tab 22, to Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman, and page 2 of that memorandum.
Page 2, right. Publicity. Yes, sir.
And just at the bottom, dangers if all hell breaks loose down there, and they could conceivably point up to the Republicans at the Fontainebleau to distract attention from themselves. Secondly, they could plant the kind of materials that would embarrass us. Thirdly, they could get some demonstrators to indicate that the Republicans up there told us to come down here and raise hell. Anyone in the observation post should be clean as a houndstooth, and the observation post should have no hand in any covert operations ongoing in Miami.
That's right. If you look at the top of that page, it says the Republican forward observation post should be made public. Now, that was my recommendation. I was at the 1968 Democratic Convention in an observation post, which was made public. I had recommended that we set up a similar observation post in Miami Beach with the Democrats, and that I go down there from the White House, someone else from the White House. I think we did have one. But the reason I did not go and that this recommendation was withdrawn was because of, frankly, the Watergate incident and apprehension on my part that if from the podium they said they've got some Republican spies up in the Fontainebleau and Buchanan's there from the White House, we would have never caught up with the story. So I did recommend a forward observation post down there, which is a legitimate operation. We had it in Chicago in '68. Governor Love was at both in '68 and '72, was in the observation post. But the difference here is that I withdrew in White House personnel.
But you were recommending that it be kept clear or clean away from any covert operations.
Right. And if there's anybody, if we've got any demonstrators, there's 2,000 press in Miami Beach, and I certainly hope we had people down there demonstrating for Richard Nixon. But anything like that should be kept away from the observation posts, which should be clean as a hound's tooth for out of apprehension. local Republicans there to put them on the press bus, or to hand out their flyers at the Muskie rally, put them on the seats of chairs, things like that.
Would you turn to your memorandum of August 13, 1971, which is tab 18, just two tabs away.
Right, the 72 Sponsors Club.
Yeah, now there it says, attaches a copy of an Evans and Novak column from the July 25 Washington Post, which indicates the Democrats are setting up a 72 Sponsors Club similar to the President's Club of the LBJ era. For $72 a month, there are a number of privileges according to those who contribute. Pat Buchanan has suggested that we have someone we know, preferably a Democrat not connected with us, join this club. This could be arranged by having the individual write in explaining that he read about the club in the newspaper and is fed up with the administration's policies and wants to contribute his share and become a member of the club. This would give us many advantages in keeping track of Democratic contenders and their strategy.
Yes, sir. That idea is taken out of Larry O'Brien's campaign book. He has recommended in his campaign book that it is a good thing for Democrats to get on the mailing list for all Republican materials they could find. And our recommendation was that someone get on the mailing list for all these Democratic materials so that we get an ongoing flow of their political literature.
Well, I'm, again, Mr. Buchanan, whether it's done by Democrats or Republicans, because our mandate is to look into your entire activity.
But it's also,
is this a form of infiltration, though?
It is not a form of infiltration. I mean, to get on the mailing list, I think we're on the mailing list, although I don't support it. Our news summary is on the mailing list of Common Cause. We get all their publications. Our reason is that we got to put them in the President's Daily News Summary. It's not because we agree with their goals. I don't think it's any more infiltration than that.
Were you aware of any covert activities that were sponsored by the campaign, the Republican campaign, for the Democratic National Convention during the time of the convention?
Was I aware of any? No, I'm not aware of. I would trust we had some intelligence people down at Miami Beach to see how they handle their convention. That's a gigantic affair, and how they handle their press, how they handle demonstrations. Frankly, their scheduling was a little weak in terms of the hour of the morning which Senator McGovern spoke. I would hope we would have people down there looking at this, but this was not my function.
Well, would you look at your memorandum of April 10, 1972, on tab 22, to Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman, and page 2 of that memorandum.
Page 2, right. Publicity. Yes, sir.
And just at the bottom, dangers if all hell breaks loose down there, and they could conceivably point up to the Republicans at the Fontainebleau to distract attention from themselves. Secondly, they could plant the kind of materials that would embarrass us. Thirdly, they could get some demonstrators to indicate that the Republicans up there told us to come down here and raise hell. Anyone in the observation post should be clean as a houndstooth, and the observation post should have no hand in any covert operations ongoing in Miami.
That's right. If you look at the top of that page, it says the Republican forward observation post should be made public. Now, that was my recommendation. I was at the 1968 Democratic Convention in an observation post, which was made public. I had recommended that we set up a similar observation post in Miami Beach with the Democrats, and that I go down there from the White House, someone else from the White House. I think we did have one. But the reason I did not go and that this recommendation was withdrawn was because of, frankly, the Watergate incident and apprehension on my part that if from the podium they said they've got some Republican spies up in the Fontainebleau and Buchanan's there from the White House, we would have never caught up with the story. So I did recommend a forward observation post down there, which is a legitimate operation. We had it in Chicago in '68. Governor Love was both in '68 and '72, was in the observation post. But the difference here is that I withdrew in White House personnel.
But you were recommending that it be kept clear or clean away from any covert operations.
Right. Then if there's anybody, if we've got any demonstrators, there's 2,000 press in Miami Beach, and I certainly hope we had people down there demonstrating for Richard Nixon. But anything like that should be kept away from the observation posts, which should be clean as a hound's tooth for out of apprehension at the allegations made against us. So we could say flatly, no, we had nothing to do with X, Y, or Z.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one more question. I'd like to show you a pamphlet which purports to be issued by Citizens for a Liberal Alternative. By the way, do you know of the group Citizens for a Liberal Alternative?
You know, Len Garment called me one night after someone had come back from the committee, and he asked me, Mr. Buchanan, are you familiar with, or Pat, are you familiar with Citizens for a Liberal Alternative? And I said, it sounds like a fine organization. Senator, this pamphlet has only been shown to me. I've seen a Xerox of this. This pamphlet has been shown to me by the staff, I believe, Monday night. Prior to that, Mr. Lenzner showed me a Xerox of it, which was not identifiable. My recollection of this is largely based on my political assistant, Ken Kachigian, who tells me that I was edited the thing. To my recollection, this pamphlet was not my idea. I did not draft it. I did not order it produced. I did not order it distributed. I do not know to whom it went. But if he says that I edited the text of it, he's an honest individual, and I probably did.
Did he tell you that he prepared it?
No, he said he told you that he prepared it.
All right.
Yeah.
And do you know that, in fact, there is no such organization as Citizens for a Liberal Alternative?
Right. The error in this is that, from my understanding, is that it failed to have on it a proper identifying name of an individual who belongs to the organization, which is not an unroutine shortcoming in a presidential campaign. As a matter of fact, I have brought with me, Mr. Dash, as I said I would the other night, a 47-page diatribe against Senator McGovern, which was released all over the Democratic Convention and which is similarly lacks identification. And from Time magazine, I understand the author of that is Mr. George Meany, and the sponsorship is Mr. Barkin, and I trust that if we can introduce that one into your evidence, that they will go through the same 3 hours of discussion of that as we're going through, as we went through the other night of this.
Yes, and what in fact this was aimed to do was to show liberal Democrats, purportedly from an organization of liberal Democrats, that Senator Muskie was, as in the first page, Ed Muskie would be no different from the Nixons, Agnews, Mitchells, Connollys we have now, and make him a candidate, for Democratic right.
Right. The rhetoric is boilerplate left-wing rhetoric, but the statements of Senator Muskie's positions on gun control is accurate.
Yes.
The statement of his with regard to the black Americans, there is not an inaccuracy in terms of his record.
What I'm suggesting is that the purpose of the pamphlet, as you see it, is to represent to liberal Democrats that a liberal Democratic organization is urging them to not vote for Senator Muskie.
Senator, the thing looks to me, it's a fairly unsophisticated document.
Yeah.
It looks like it was a fairly unconvincing document. It looks to me to be more of a joke. It does not look to me like it's going to convince an intelligent liberal Democrat to do anything.
Well, the record will show that this particular pamphlet was distributed quite widely throughout the country through different operatives. Mr. Chairman, I referred to a number of memoranda and specifically read from these memoranda during the course of my questioning of Mr. Buchanan, and also this particular pamphlet. And I would like to have those particular memoranda, and especially those portions that I've read from, identified for the record and admitted in evidence.
Can we introduce the Meany pamphlet, sir? The Meany...
Well, if
I brought it with me.
Do you have the Meany pamphlet?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
This is the document here. It's the McGovern Record of Critical Appraisal, and attached is the Time magazine article. Which,
by the way, was that part of the files that we subpoenaed and you didn't submit to us?
No, it was not. I don't believe so. I've just had this in hand fairly recently.
How did you obtain that?
I do not know. I think it was sent. I think it was sent to us.
Did you request it?
No, it's we've done some in our own spare time, done a little political research into the background of other type activities that just as the committee has suggested things went wrong in the Republican campaign, we felt that there were antecedents in the Democratic campaign, and we thought that we should bring them to your attention.
Well, that's Mr. Buchanan, I'm actually very pleased you have, and if you have any additional things that you've come up with that indicate that, we would be very pleased to receive them.
Mr. Dash, I might say, Mr. Chairman, that there are others, and you will indeed receive copies, and you will not be disappointed.
I take it they're not presently in the committee files.
I don't know what the
Are they
committee
present in the
files has
committee
got. I
files,
didn't know they
Senator
had all
Baker?
my memos.
I don't believe I'll tell you.
Mr. Buchanan, I think you've given us some instruction in practicalities of American politics as unfortunately practiced in orthodox manners by both political parties. The committee will stand in recess at 2 o'clock.
In a moment, Minority Counsel Fred Thompson will question White House speechwriter Buchanan. As the senators take a lunch break, we're also going to pause briefly. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
The voice of the Washington outsourcing. WHI presents the Senate. As the night was set, Dave Barrow, Rick Brown, Dave Dalton, and Tom Shaw. In their view of the latest movies, concerts, art exhibitions, players in the world of dance. Watch the critics' third visit 7 on WHI.
There are the chances in particular now.
Powerful television drama by any award-winning playwright Lauren Mandel. They puts the moral forward of the Edinburgh from Playhouse New York to 40. Positive stars in particular names. Another production of Playhouse New York. Average attendance was 3 o'clock Sunday. Public television, WHI, non-commercial channel 26 in Washington, D.C.
From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPACT correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearings and go to our third hour, speechwriter Patrick Buchanan is being questioned about White House campaign strategy.
The committee will come to order. I guess you finished, Chris.
I'm finished.
Mr. Thompson.
Several documents were referred to this morning, and I'd like to go over a few of them with you. you were asked to respond to particular passages from particular documents. Some of them were rather long. And I think it's important that we get the full, complete flavor of the documents in case there's any misunderstanding. I would refer to page 7 of tab number 10, which is a memorandum for the President from you, subject the Muskie Watch. And I'd like to discuss your papers on Senator Muskie, Senator Kennedy, and Senator Humphrey. On page 7, the final paragraph, I think in fairness to your position, we might point out at least this one, and others if you care to, says, anyhow, the attacks should not be name-calling. They should be well thought out.
Right.
In the first place, when you say attacks, what are you talking about?
That would be, the reference would be to the political offensive, political speeches, political statements, political advertising, Mr. Thompson.
Political speeches by whom?
I think I indicated what I felt would be the political resources which we could utilize. As frankly as I recall, in 1971, the President vetoed our authorization, if you will, to bring in the cabinet and to utilize the Vice President. This is not to suggest that we gave any directives of any kind to the Vice President, but in mid-1971, I think there was sort of a general rule that the cabinet and the Vice President would not engage in political colloquy. And the other resources I think I've named were the National Committee, of course, the burgeoning resources of the Committee to Re-elect. You have state parties. You are beginning to get state committees. You have Republican congressmen and senators who are willing to take a hand. You have Senator Dole, who was an extraordinarily effective spokesman, I felt, on our behalf. You have the Republican publication Monday, which had high credibility with the national media and which was regularly picked up on the wires. These would be a few of the resources.
So when a public figure, in fact, made a speech promoting the candidacy of the presidency or taking a position against one of the leading Democratic opponents, that would be an attack in your jargon, is that correct?
Right, that would be a political attack, right.
What was the political climate with regard to name-calling? Was there name-calling during the campaign of any substance?
I think if you go through some of these, the March 14th, 1972 memoranda, I think you'll find a recognition and an awareness on our part that when the campaign gets heated, things are going to get out of hand. They invariably do. You have statements made that are too much, that are excessive. So we recommended that one individual, and I named, I believe in that memorandum, the Attorney General, or that he designate a deputy who would be assigned to clear all political copy coming, all attack or offensive copy coming out of the campaign, in order that we wouldn't run into the same problem we ran into in 1970 when some of the ads were excessive and counterproductive. But there's an awareness, I think, through a number of these memoranda that things, when you get into the heat of a campaign, individuals do go too far. Some of the, I recall in Senator McGovern's campaign, I'm sure that Senator McGovern now would not like to refer back to the fact that he compared American policy in Indochina with the Nazi extermination of the Jews, or that he compared the President of the United States with Adolf Hitler. These things were excesses, I think, in the campaign that occur, and we were cognizant that they would occur. Some things would occur on our part as they occurred on the other side.
Let me ask you to turn over to page 8 of that same memorandum. The final paragraph, you say, my recommendation then is for creation of the Muskie Watch, an operation working perhaps within the Republican National Committee, which may even be a publicized operation, doing constant research on ed.
Right. Well, frankly, I had even considered myself. I was, in my own mind, fairly certain, frankly, that Senator Muskie would get the nomination. So I had thought myself of sort of resigning from the White House staff, making a fairly high-level operation to the Republican National Committee, which would have all the research and data on Muskie to which political reporters could come, and which would be a publicized operation in which could issue statements vis-a-vis Senator Muskie. But even though in some of these memorandums it said that the Muskie Watch was created, in reality it was not created. The Muskie Watch amounted to actually little more than the research files of Buchanan and Kachigian.
In any of your recommendations regarding the possible candidacies of the leading Democrats, did you in any way advocate the defaming of anyone?
Well, no, and in a public statement, that sort of thing is not only mistaken, it's counterproductive, I think. And
let me refer you to tab 13, if I may, and page 5. Now that memorandum is dated June 9, 1971, confidential.
The Kennedy Memorandum.
For the President from you, Edward M. Kennedy Political Memorandum. You discuss his pros and cons, his assets, deficiencies. On page 5, under the heading of Chappaquiddick, you state, this, of course, will be kept in the public mind by the press, speculating on whether it is helping or hurting EMK.
Right.
We ought to stay miles away from it, indicating even in private, it's hard to say the effect. We don't know.
Right. That's.
Was this policy followed?
It was. Let me add another case. It was similar to the thing when Senator Eagleton's problems came over the national wires. The president directed. I was in the room when he did it. Directed all Republican spokesmen out on the campaign trail to make no comment whatsoever about it. The Chappaquiddick thing is, I think the same policy was in effect. This would be my recommendation that our speakers make no reference whatsoever to it in public statement. And this was made in the course of a confidential memoranda. I believe it was, of course, it was followed.
In these evaluations, did you set out the strong points of the candidates as well as deficiencies?
Well, we certainly did. We certainly did. As a matter of fact, the memorandum on Hubert Humphrey is very laudatory, as I recall.
That's tab 11, and that was next on my list.
Right. Matter of fact, you lead off. Let me give you the sources of these. Were basically three. One was the files, the excellent files maintained at the Republican National Committee on tracking of candidates. The second was our own research operation under Mort Allen, the news summary. We get some 30 newspapers and about 30 magazines. Everything on these candidates would go in those files. You would read that. The third would be in conversations which I had on a regular basis with political reporters.
All right, would you read the first paragraph
certainly.
of that memorandum dated April 19, 1971 for the President?
It's entitled The Resurrection of Hubert Humphrey. It leads off, one emerges from a perusal of our, quote, Humphrey file with a grudging regard for old Hubert. Since November, with but a few notable exceptions, the ex-vice president has conducted himself remarkably well. He receives an excellent press. He has maximized his assets and minimized his deficiencies. The result is that today, unlike 6 months ago, the man is a serious contender for the Democratic nomination. And it moves on from there to analyze how we analyzed how Senator Humphrey had made what we felt was a remarkable comeback and had made himself a credible candidate for the Democratic nomination in a period of time when no one felt he would have had another opportunity.
Right. You were questioned to an extent about a broader effect, and you were asked to address yourself to broader issues concerning the propriety of certain things, and I believe in order to place this in historical context and preface my next question, permission, I would like to read a certain passage from Lyndon B. Johnson, The Exercise of Power, written by Evans and Novak. Ask if you are familiar with this and ask you to evaluate this in terms of your own political experience. It says, behind this slapdash jerry-built campaign structure, one element of strategy was devised behind this slapdash jerry-built campaign structure, one element of strategy was devised in comparatively orderly and extremely secretive fashion. It was what is known as the anti-campaign. It says, not often do the members of the anti-campaign meet at the same time, about the Johnson campaign. They came and went, and Fieldman and Sharon were first among equals. The job was easily defined: embarrass the Republicans, get under Goldwater's skin, thereby achieving Johnson's overall goal of winning by the biggest possible margin. For example, it was learned early in the campaign that half a dozen small liberal church journals, one of them published by the Protestant theologian Ronald Reagan, had scathingly editorialized against Barry Goldwater as a man not to be entrusted with the presidency. Just a couple more paragraphs. Normally these editorials would not have found their way to congratulations to congregations across the country until months after publication. The anti-campaign operation duplicated them by the hundreds and saw that they got to appropriate church groups throughout the nation in a matter of days. Another project was more typically in the realm of black politics. If Goldwater were to speak somewhere at 6 o'clock, one local anti-Goldwater speaker, usually a Democrat, but sometimes a Republican, would be scheduled at 4 o'clock and then another one at 8 o'clock. Thus, Goldwater would be bracketed by the opposition. An impression of feverish anti-Goldwater activity would be given on the very day of the appearance. Now, the point here. Another anti-campaign ploy was to make generous use of the letters columns of local newspapers. The anti-campaign group would ask a Republican businessman known to be backing Johnson to write an anti-Goldwater letter to the editor of his local newspaper on a day calculated to get the letter published just as Goldwater's caravan swept into town. Or just before Goldwater's arrival, a local Democratic official would be told to plant a letter in the newspaper publicizing Goldwater's opposition on a major issue. If, as so often was the case, the Goldwater position was anathema to the majority of the voters in that city. This clandestine operation was Johnson's campaign pet, and we kept closely informed. First of all, is this what we were talking about with regard to the letter writing system that you did?
Right.
How do you evaluate its propriety in American politics?
Well, we established within the, we did the structure for the thing within the Republican National Committee, a letter writing campaign in 1969. The purpose of it was to make efficacious use of political volunteers with computers and the like. They licking envelopes and things like that. There's not much more of those assignments, and much more worthwhile would be a letters to the editor operation. And what you do is you draft sample letters, and you send out letters that are published to show your volunteers in the various states how to write a sharp, short letter. You recommend that they write to their local their paper. Then you begin to send them fact sheets and other information on issues that you want, like if it's in favor of welfare reform or in favor of revenue sharing or something like that. Send them short fact sheets, and you have to rely upon the individual in the state to do his own job, and then they would send back to you Xeroxes, say, of letters that had been published. I think it's an effective use of volunteers, and we had a structure like this set up at the Republican National Committee, which I believe was transferred to the committee to re-elect the president in 1972. I think the group that you're referring to is could have been Meyer Feldman's 5 o'clock club in Johnson's administration, the counterpart of which would have been our 915 group in the White House, which was known as the enshrined by John Osborne and Jules Witkover as the attack group, and which, in the phrase of Chairman Irwin, was not an Aliso Minery organization. I think we had similar type operations in that regard, I think.
It's your opinion, then, as long as the people who ultimately send these letters out subscribe to the viewpoint espoused, these are proper campaign practices?
I believe so, right. If the signatures are not forged, if the people agree with the point of view, the drafting of a letter for them is no more unethical than, I think, than the ghosting of a speech.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
You say that they contemplated using the Attorney General or somebody in the Department of Justice to scrutinize press releases?
Yes, sir. Well, to be candid, it was this memoranda, I believe, I sent was on the 14th of March, which recommended that the Attorney General clear all campaign copy. At that point in time, it was my understanding or our expectation that the Attorney General would be, by the time these campaign materials were prepared, the campaign chairman.
So the Attorney General, while drawing a salary from the federal government, and ostensibly discharging the duties of Attorney General, was passing on, censoring and passing on campaign releases.
No, sir, that would not be accurate. The attack organization and strategy, the memorandum that I drafted was for the fall campaign, which would begin after the Republican convention in August. By that time, it would be our expectation that the Attorney General would no longer be Attorney General, but would be our campaign chairman.
But you didn't hold back the press releases till you actually retired and became a campaign manager, did you?
I don't believe we ran any national media ads, which I was referring to, during the time of that Mr. Mitchell was Attorney General. The national media campaign, which was all of which was to be cleared, was post-August, I think.
I thought you were talking about press releases. I make a distinction between a national advertisement and a press release.
Well, I'd make the same distinction, Mr. Chairman. Here, if you have a review function by the Attorney General, I would, although I don't know that I stated it, I would generally restrict it to major stuff. If you've got a small, minor, fairly insignificant release, I think that could be done down the line. But anything like those ads in 1970, for example, which were controversial and counterproductive, this was designed to make sure the campaign chairman or somebody in authority cleared materials. One person cleared all the materials before they were public.
It does strike me as a strict construction. This is rather peculiar to have an Attorney General passing on the wisdom of issuing press releases while he's still in that office.
Senator, I'm not a lawyer, but there is a precedent for that in Attorney General Robert Kennedy.
Yes. Well, that's one reason I've been advocating divorcing the entire Department of Justice and the Attorney General from political matters. I don't think that. And incidentally, I might state when the committee passed on the nomination of Mr. Mitchell, that Mr. Mitchell said he agreed with me on that point. That's twice he's agreed with me, once on my executive privilege and one on divorcing, stopping the Attorney General from being a political advisor to the President.
Well, far be it from me to disagree with both you and Mr. Mitchell, Senator, but in his book on the presidency, Clinton Rossiter indicates that the President of the United States himself is one of his duties and roles is that of political leader of his party, and it seemed to me that political duties are really inseparable from the function of the office of the presidency. On legislation and the like, that where I would make recommendation to the President or he would ask me my view on that, invariably the political impact of the decision would go in there. There's sort of between issues and politics, there's sort of a symbiosis, and I don't know that you can really draw a hard and fast line as to what is or what is not political. It's a difficult thing to do.
Yes, it is, but we've tried to draw it in the case of the FBI and the CIA. Right. Yes, and it's always seemed to me somewhat incongruous to unite the function of being a campaign manager and a sense of campaign materials with that office of Attorney General. I think the Attorney General ought to, but that's something you and I are not responsible for, but I would just make this observation, as I frequently have. The fact that Bobby Kennedy may have done this didn't justify John Mitchell doing it.
No, sir. Tu quoque is the weakest of all arguments.
And now, you say that the President issued instructions not to talk about the problems of Senator Eagleton?
Yes, sir. I was in his office the day the report came in, and I recall the President said, sent out orders. I want everybody who's out on the road, surrogates, everyone informed that they are not to discuss this matter in public.
Now, you made memorandums to the President, and your function is directive of strategy about what should be done in the campaign, didn't you?
Well, it was less I've been doing political memorandum of this kind for the President for almost 8 years, Senator, and some of these memorandum were done before I had the function, and some of them were done subsequent to the function.
Yes. Well, the President was not altogether above the battle during the campaign of 1972, was he?
Well, my memorandum would go in. The disposition of, or the decision as to what the final strategy would be, as I've indicated, would be made very often without my knowledge as to whether my strategy or my recommendations were accepted.
And did you make recommendations, Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, sir. I think most of the strategy memoranda after mid-1971 were addressed to the Attorney General and to Mr. Haldeman, and I would be fairly confident that the President would have seen some of them, but that would be something Mr. Haldeman would have to testify to.
Well, I've been a little troubled buying the proposition that the President stood above the battle in 1972 because I think, having been a candidate for office on a number of occasions, yet I've never seen a candidate that wasn't interested in what's going on in his campaign.
Well, there's no doubt about it. The President was interested in the campaign, but you can campaign fairly effective by simply being President of the United States, as the returns from 1972 would indicate, Mr. Chairman.
But he was interested in his campaign and did issue directives at time to time, didn't he?
In my conversations with him, I would say he had indicated a mild interest in the outcome of the 72 campaign. Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, I was very much intrigued by your testimony, and I want to commend your frankness, your testimony that you advised that the President, that they should see that grants were channeled to organizations that supported the President's philosophy.
Can I clarify that, Senator? I don't.
Yes, I'd be glad for you
right.
to.
My recommendation was not that if you're talking about grants and contracts and things like that, which are up for bid, if there are discretionary funds at the disposal of the White House, in other words, the White House, say, or the State Department is doing a study of a foreign policy problem, and it is within our discretion as to whom that contract should go. My recommendations would invariably be that we give the contract to those particular public policy institutes which were supportive of our point of view and philosophy.
And you favor that even in cases that the other party, the applicant, was better qualified, as long as the matter was discretionary with the President?
Well, I certainly would not recommend a grant to totally unqualified and incompetent individuals, but if it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, I favor our side.
Well, suppose it was 7 of one and 5 of the other.
You're getting close, Senator. I think 8 to 4, we might go the other way.
I would judge from your testimony that if something had to be submitted to the lowest bidder, that the lowest bidder should get it. But if there's anything discretionary, that the ones favored should be the ones that was whose political philosophy and activities harmonized with those of the President. Otherwise, it'd be disqualified. Or should be.
No, here's the thing. A lot of these, I'm sure, let me give you an example on the Brookings Institute. I'm sure if you asked them to do a study on, this is purely hypothetical, on some disarmament problem, and they have the capability to do it, and another public policy institute also has the capability to make the study effectively, I'm sure both of them would do the best they could. Both of them would do objective research. But in my view, if we have the discretionary funds and it's within our decisions, we ought to support our own institutions which support our philosophy and our point of view and our values. That's right.
Well, I guess that's a practical application of if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours policy.
Well, it's not uncommon in American politics.
No, but to me,
it's not unethical or wrong, I don't believe either, Senator.
Well, one reason I'm a Democrat is because Andrew Jackson said that government, should emulate the example of heaven's rains and fall shed its benefits equal on all people.
Senator, I believe that President Jackson was the father of the spoils system.
Yes, but it ran pretty well under him. It wasn't spoils. Well, I realize that in all probability, politicians of both parties have yielded to that principle. Mm-hmm. But it is rather disconcerting to have it asserted as an official policy for the campaign to take the taxpayers' money and turn it over in the form of grants or compensation to people on the basis of the fact they shared the President's philosophy rather than letting it go on the basis of merit.
Well, Senator, as I've stated, my recommendations would be as they were, but the recommendations of Buchanan are not necessarily coterminous with administration policy. I do not know that this has been followed at all.
Well, I have to say I admire Buchanan's recommendations. They're very forthright.
Thank you, Senator.
And I don't fully approve all of them. Thank you. Senator Baker.
Thank you, Senator.
Oh, wait 1 minute. I think you got a sense of humor, and I'm glad I've got one, because I don't know how you get over the rough spots of life without them. And I'm like you, I don't object to some humorous things being done in a political campaign. But I infer from the testimony that you gave this morning that if it is true, as has been charged, that some persons in Florida committed a forgery on what purported to be the letterhead of Senator Muskie and disseminated it, broadcast it, making salacious attacks upon Senators Jackson and Humphrey for the purpose of discrediting them, that's beyond the pale.
That crosses the line, Senator. I think there are probably, my own view is that there are sort of 4 gradations. There are things that are utterly, really outrageous, and I would put that in there along with the kind of demonstrations against Vice President Humphrey in '68, which denied him an opportunity to speak for almost a month. Then there's dirty tricks, then there's political hardball, and then there's pranks. And I think you almost have to leave it to the individual and his own sense of ethics as to what is permissible, and there's no question but that the line was probably breached in both campaigns in '72 and perhaps in previous ones.
And the trouble is sometimes that's left to people's determination to have no ethics, and we have very unethical things to happen.
Yes, sir, that's very true.
Senator Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really a fascinating line of inquiry, Mr. Buchanan, and you're a fascinating witness in that you not only have clear perception of your role in the political realm of the United States, but the verbal agility to express them most clearly and forthrightly. It's an opportunity for us to examine some areas of this inquiry that we really haven't had a chance to touch before. I do greatly admire your description of the gradations of political activity. I think I want to pursue that just for a moment a little later, but let me make 1 or 2 inquiries of you first. The question of whether or not the President was above the campaign in 1972 or was engaged to a significant degree in the campaign in 1972, and what the duality of the presidential role is in a campaign is one that concerns me greatly. For instance, I'm concerned as much for how active a president is as how disengaged he may be from the campaign. I happen to think that the president is necessarily a politician, and I think the tighter his control of the political process is, the better off we all may be. So I have no quarrel, and I hope and trust you have no quarrel with the president conceptualized as a politician. I think it's inevitable and essential. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, Senator.
The second point that I think you touched that has major significance for us is not clearly spelled out in the mandate of SRS 60, which created this committee, but I think it's clearly implied in the scope and jurisdiction of our inquiry, and that is, what is the role of the favored tax-free foundation in public life? I'm not going to prolong and extend the conversation colloquy that you and the chairman had about the awarding of discretionary grants and contracts. I think I understand what you mean, and I think it means all other things being equal, we're going to give it to ours instead of theirs.
Precisely.
And if all other things aren't equal, we may think about it a little more.
That's right.
But there's a more fundamental question than that. And, you know, I'm deeply disturbed about the role of foundations in any event, because by reason of their tax-free status, they are in a position to amass huge sums of money and to control extraordinary blocks of the total capital resources of this country. And I hope and think that this committee ought to look into what is the appropriate role, if any, of foundations in the formulation of public policy, in public attitudes, and political undertakings. That is just as fuzzy and indistinct as your gradations of political activity, but I suggest that that may be an inquiry that we need to approach, and I hope that we shall. Would you agree that that is a significant part of the political inquiry of this country?
My concern is essentially that that seems to me to be an imbalance in the political process when I don't believe there's any major foundations that have more than $1 billion in assets, or at one point they didn't, with the sole exception of the Ford Foundation, which had $3 to $4 billion in assets, generating an income probably of $180 to $200 million. And these funds, of course, have been used for quasi-political operations. They've been used for public policy institutes like the Brookings Institute, Fund for the Democrat, Fund for various funds on the West Coast, Institute for Policy Studies. And by and large, the institutions they fund, and by and large the quasi-social action movements they fund, are on one side of the political spectrum, which I think, and given the enormous power and wealth of the Ford Foundation, this can tend to tilt the balance in the other direction. Frankly, if the conservatives had a foundation such as the Ford Foundation, which similarly funded public policy and study institutes and the like, I would not complain. The situation is analogous with that, my view, of the networks, where a particular philosophy and point of view of a small group of men has tended to dominate these media conglomerates and really to control the flow of news and information to the American people. And to me, that's not a satisfactory situation, and it's a matter that ought to be raised in a political forum. And I've recommended since 1970 that we do so.
Mr. Buchanan, I have neither the time nor the inclination at this point to try to fill in the blanks in those three broad categories that I've tried to describe. That is the role of foundations, of nonprofit foundations, in the formulation of public policy or public attitudes, keeping in mind that foundations, by reason of their tax-exempt status, are in effect subsidized by the government. They are subsidized in the sense that they are free of taxation, which must be borne by other individuals and not borne by that foundation.
Precisely.
And second, the question of where do you draw the line on political activity, and third, to what extent should the President be involved? Let me focus in on just one of those three, though, for the remaining few minutes I have in this series of inquiry, and that is what is appropriate and what is not appropriate as political activity. I suppose that's such a subjective inquiry that we'll never establish it satisfactorily, but we have to try. We have to establish some sort of guidelines if we fulfill the charge of our jurisdiction as a committee. But precedent is good. Precedent gives us at least some insight into what's gone on before. I have a copy of the Democratic Campaign Manual that was delivered to me this morning, and which I've had a chance to peruse briefly. Are you familiar with that manual?
I've read, it's Mr. O'Brien's manual. I've read segments of it. I'm not totally familiar with it. Yes, sir.
Well, neither am I. I've only had a chance to scan it briefly. It was given to us, I believe, by Mr. Kachigan, who works in your office.
He's a researcher.
And I'd like to call your attention to two or three sections of it and see if you have any personal knowledge of any of these activities. Some mention was made of letter-writing campaigns in your testimony and about things of that sort. And I notice in the section entitled Research, in the section entitled Women, which I didn't think was permissible anymore, but in the section entitled Women, it reads on page 4, stay-at-home volunteers can use their brains and typewriters to promote the candidate through public letter columns in the local papers. These are read from cover to cover in many homes. Letters should be brief and concentrate on one point. Such letters can serve to set the record straight when misstatements have been made, to call attention to the candidate's programs, and so forth. Now, there's another section under the section Newspapers on page 11 of that subsection, which says letters to the editor pages have a high readership. Most newspapers which oppose you editorially will print your side of the story in the form of a letter. Make such letters short and to the point. Don't spend your time abusing the paper or the editor. Use the space you will get to state your argument and be positive whenever possible. It seems to me from reading these sections of the Democratic Campaign Manual that they are suggesting, in effect, a program for writing letters to the editor and mass letters to groups. Is this, in your experience, a form of political activity that's been practiced extensively?
It certainly is, Senator, and my familiarity with it is partially due to the fact that I used to be an editorial writer, and we ourselves would edit letters to the editor, and our surveys indicated in a number of cases that the letters to the editor column had a higher readership than our own editorial. So It's a fairly useful device for an individual to present his views in a political campaign. It's a thoroughly legitimate and useful activity.
There's another section also, another reference also under the women's section says talkers. Which I'm sure Larry O'Brien did not pick.
Listen, if they're using the term women, it's before their 72 convention, I imagine. That would be co-persons in there now, Senator.
Co-persons is better, I think. But anyway, it's not my function to advise on the editorial content of the Democratic campaign manual, but it says talkers call in and open mic radio and TV shows offer a good opportunity for putting across the candidates' views and records at no cost. Organize teams to call into these shows and speak up on the issues of the campaign. They must be well-informed, persuasive, polite, and sound and natural. That, I take it, is a standard or more or less accepted campaign practice in the United States. You get to a few others, however, that come to my particular attention. Under the section Research on page 9, it says arrange for some of your staff members to have their names placed on the opponent's mailing list.
Right. That was what Mr. Dash was referring to when he, that's what we were doing when we said the Democrats had set up some group called 72, which cost $72 to join, that one of our people would send in the $72 in order that we get the literature that was sent out to those political organizations.
Candidate expenses under budgeting on page 2. The candidate's first consideration must be paying for personal expenses, meals, hotel rooms, telephone calls, etc. He can pay for them out of his own pocket, have the treasurer arrange to pay out of a special fund or the general fund, or allow for a contributor to pick up certain bills. Most of the candidate's personal expenses will be incurred in traveling, but there are many shortcuts to limiting on-the-road spending. Contributors can be persuaded to lend the candidate their telephone, hotel, or gasoline credit cards. Do you?
I don't have any knowledge or much knowledge of a financial end, but that I guess that would come under the term of a campaign contribution. I don't know how something like that would be handled.
Or how it would be reported.
How it would be reported, right.
It might be reported under the in-kind section of the Federal Reporting Act. Mm-hmm. There's a section that deals with that, but if it is in fact a service or a facility and it amounts to a certain amount under the federal statute, it has to be reported. Another section, budgeting on page 4, it said some of the finest campaign stationery, for example, is designed and supplied by a printer or shop favoring the candidate. Buying at wholesale, sympathetic merchants are often happy to provide supplies as their contribution to the campaign, which of course I take it as well would be something that
would have to be reported,
be considered in terms of the general campaign fund. Here's one that particularly caught my attention also under fundraising on page 8. Says if the hotel is running the bar at a social hour, see if you can get a percentage of the gross. Normally 10 to 20 cents per drink.
Mr. O'Brien deals in some detail.
I was just going to inquire whether under the regulations the gross was a beverage or the receipts for the beverage.
Well, I was going to inquire if it was in kind or in currency. I think that covers it, but the point I'm reaching for is, Mr. Buchanan, that this committee's function is to try to undertake, to identify those things that are illegal, unethical, immoral, or undesirable. And to do that, we have to establish some understanding of the range of political activities in the United States. Now, I'm not alleging, by reference to the Democratic Campaign Manual, that these things are illegal. I'm not alleging that they are necessarily improper, but I do ask you whether or not, in your knowledge, as a practicing politician and a federal official, they fall generally in the purview and scope of what is done in campaigns by both parties. That is, letter writing, such as letters to the editor, such as getting your name on the other fellow's mailing list, such as trying to get stationery and supplies and equipment donated to you and things of that sort.
Well, in terms of the first, my knowledge would only deal with the getting on the mailing list and getting information which in a legitimate fashion. I think everything you've stated up there seems to me to be routine, although I've got no specific knowledge. For example, when we travel with the candidate or with the president in areas, to me, I don't know how advanced men work to set up rooms and who pays for what and things like that. We just go in and out, and so you would, I tell you, it might be education if you get a couple of first-rate advanced men up here to tell you how they put these things together.
We may have to do that.
I'm very limited in that area. I have no knowledge of how they do it.
Let me ask you one final concluding line of questions in the few minutes I have remaining. You were questioned rather extensively on the political activity in your office and by you in monitoring the campaign of Senator Muskie or Senator McGovern or Senator Humphrey and the like. Do you know of your own knowledge, or can you tell us whether or not such political monitoring activity, that is, keeping account of the political health, of the prospects of potential adversaries in a presidential campaign, is the general practice and has always done, or has as far as I know?
As far as I know, it has. The National Committee, of course, Republican National Committee under Senator Dole was a very effective organization, and their research there was some of the best I've ever seen. But to my knowledge, there has always been sort of a tracking of the opposition. I've read books where it was said that our President Kennedy had his eye on Senator Goldwater and was watching the progress of his candidacy. And I'm sure Mr. O'Brien, when he was in the White House, might have had something to do with political activity there. So I think these sort of things are really, in my judgment, routine. And as I suggested to the chairman,
Mr. Buchanan, do you think they're desirable? I happen to think they are.
I believe they are. I believe they are. Certainly if a president, let's say a president has a program and policy he wants to carry out in foreign policy that's going to take over 8 years, he has to be reelected to do that, and he should have someone on his staff who understands these matters and who can research these matters and who can counsel and advise him on how best to be reelected, without which reelection there can't be any continuation of policy.
I'll conclude this time segment by relating quickly a story they tell on former Speaker Sam Rayburn, who was hearing the glowing account by distinguished Vice President of the famous philosophers, the theorists, the doctors of this, that, and the other, and professional men who had gathered around the newly elected president. And after this glowing account was given, the newly elected vice president said, "What do you think, Mr. Sam?" And he said, "I think I'd feel better if one of them had run for sheriff."
Precisely.
So I frankly and honestly confess that I think politics is essential to the functioning of a self-governing system, and I don't think you can separate the presidency from politics, and I don't think you should. I hope you agree with me.
I concur with that, Senator.
Senator Talmadge.
Mr. Buchanan, I believe you testified this morning that part of your duties and responsibilities at the White House was to provide a news analysis to the President and brief him prior to press conferences. Is that accurate?
That would, the President's daily news summary is something which I do not prepare, but which is in my jurisdiction. It's prepared for the President and placed upon his desk every morning. It's prepared by a staff headed by Mort Allen. It's in my jurisdiction, and I'm generally responsible for it, but I do not make a significant contribution to its preparation. I did during the campaign of 72, which I'll mention in a minute. With regard to press conferences, I am the desk man, if you will, for all the research and materials from the National Security Council, from the Domestic Council, from the various shops in the White House and the agencies, the briefing materials which are come to me, which are cut, digested, and which are then presented to the President in his briefing books for his press conferences. I've been doing that for 6 or 7 years. Now, with regard to the campaign of 72, Senator, there was a aspect of that of the news summary where I did make a contribution. I would come in the morning at 6:30 or so, and we would go through the 7 or 8 Eastern papers in the Chicago Tribune that were available, and through the news summary, and would do a media political analysis to put on top of the news summary, which would go on the President's desk, and we did this from September through the election.
Immediately after the break-in of the Watergate, as you're aware, many of the newspapers had speculative stories and articles about various people in the White House and in the committee to re-elect the President being involved in the cover-up. Were any of those news stories withheld from the President?
No, sir, they were not. As a matter of fact, given the fact that we would not include in the President's news summaries news items like, say, natural disasters abroad and news items that are not of specific interest to the President, there would probably be a higher percentage of copy within the President's news summary devoted to a issue like Watergate than there would in your average newspaper.
Mr. Buchanan, I send by a member of the staff a memorandum prepared by you, Patrick J. Buchanan, dated March the 3rd, 1970, on White House stationery, Xerox copy including your signature. I'll ask you to please identify it.
Is this one that I've seen?
The one you testified about this morning. I want your identification for the purpose of inserting it in the record.
Tab 4.
Well, this is one that I have not, as I say, this is one of the ones that I was not shown the other night.
It's one you testified about this morning.
Right. Well, they pointed various facets of it to me, and I testified them.
Will you take your time and look at it and see if that's a true and accurate Xerox copy with your signature affixed thereon?
It appears to be. Yes, sir. This is March 3rd, 1970 memoranda, and it appears to be my memoranda. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that that be appropriately marked and inserted in the record as an exhibit at this point.
I believe it's already been put in the record, but out of caution, I'll have it admitted as an exhibit and appropriately numbered as such.
I thank the Chair, and I believe the Chief Counsel says that all these memorandums were inserted in the record this morning. Mr. Buchanan, I ask you please to turn to page 5 of that document and follow with me the following language, beginning with paragraph 1. One of my primary concerns about this, and we're referring to foundations and your recommendations to the President, about this is that it required a strong fellow running the Internal Revenue Division and an especially friendly fellow with a friendly staff in the tax-exempt office, period. I'm not sure we have this right now. You may or may not recall that Randolph Thrower, a constituent of mine,
yes, sir,
fine lawyer, fine gentleman, an outstanding Republican, was then collector of Internal Revenue.
Yes, sir.
He held that office from April 1969 to June 1971. Did Mr. Thrower leave his office under pressure?
Not to my knowledge, Senator Talmadge. I just could not answer that. It is true that Mr. Thrower was in the Internal Revenue, but I believe, as I've stated, my understanding of the situation was that we had done an unsuccessful and quite candidly a very bad job of taking effective control of the agency as was within our rights by appointing our own Schedule Cs to those available positions which we had open to us. Secondly, it was our belief, justified or not, that within the tax-exempt division there was basically a hostility to our point of view, and for us to set up, say, a MacArthur Foundation or a John Adams Foundation as we talked about it, and to have that set up and say we left office in 1972 and have a politically inspired individual remove its tax exemption would have been a problem.
I thought Mr. Thrower was supposed to be a friendly man. He was the appointee of the President.
Sir, this is not just the head of the Internal Revenue Division. There's an office within it, I believe.
Didn't he run it? Didn't he head it?
He headed the entire agency, but as I say, Senator, our view was that we were not staffed in depth at the Internal Revenue, at the IRS.
Please follow with me further on the same page. Paragraph 5th. Fifth, some of the essential objectives of the Institute, and this is the proposed foundation that you propose to establish, would have to be blurred, even buried, in all sorts of other activity. That would be the bulk of its work, that would employ many people, and that would provide the cover for the more important efforts. Aren't you recommending the same thing to be set up that you're complaining about in other sections of your memorandum?
Well, Senator, there is a there is indeed a gray area in the thing in terms of political activity. One of my recommendations, quite candidly, was that
Xerox copy including your signature. I'll ask you to please identify it.
is this one that I've seen?
The one you testified about this morning. I want your identification for the purpose of inserting it in the record.
Tab 4.
Well, this is one that I have not, as I say, this is one of the ones that I was not shown the other night.
It's the one you testified about this morning.
Right. Well, they pointed various facets of it to me, and I testified them.
Will you take your time and look at it and see if that's a true and accurate Xerox copy with your signature affixed thereon?
It appears to be. Yes, sir. This is March 3rd, 1970 memoranda, and it appears to be my memoranda. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that that be appropriately marked and inserted in the record as an exhibit at this point.
I believe it's already been put in the record, but out of caution, I'll have it admitted as an exhibit and appropriately numbered as such.
I thank the Chair, and I believe the Chief Counsel says that all these memorandums were inserted in the record this morning. Mr. Buchanan, I ask you please to turn to page 5 of that document and follow with me the following language, beginning with paragraph 1. One of my primary concerns about this, and we're referring to foundations and your recommendations to the President, about this is that it required a strong fellow running the Internal Revenue Division and an especially friendly fellow with a friendly staff in the tax-exempt office, period. I'm not sure we have this right now. You may or may not recall that Randolph Thrower, a constituent of mine,
yes, sir,
fine lawyer, fine gentleman, an outstanding Republican, was then collector of Internal Revenue.
Yes, sir.
He held that office from April 1969 to June 1971. Did Mr. Thrower leave his office under pressure?
Not to my knowledge, Senator Talmadge. I just could not answer that. It is true that Mr. Thrower was in the Internal Revenue, but I believe, as I've stated, my understanding of the situation was that we had done an unsuccessful and quite candidly a very bad job of taking effective control of the agency as was within our rights by appointing our own Schedule Cs to those available positions which we had open to us. Secondly, it was our belief, justified or not, that within the tax-exempt division there was basically a hostility to our point of view, and for us to set up, say, a MacArthur Foundation or a John Adams Foundation as we talked about it, and to have that set up and say we left office in 1972 and have a politically inspired individual remove its tax exemption would have been a problem.
I thought Mr. Thrower was supposed to be a friendly man. He was
Yeah,
the appointee of the president.
Sir, this is not just the head of the Internal Revenue Division. There's an office within it, I believe.
Didn't he run it? Didn't he head it?
He headed the entire agency, but as I say, Senator, our view was that we were not staffed in depth at the Internal Revenue, at the IRS.
Please follow with me further on the same page. Paragraph 5th. Fifth, some of the essential objectives of the Institute, and this is the proposed foundation that you propose to establish, would have to be blurred, even buried, in all sorts of other activity. That would be the bulk of its work, that would employ many people, and that would provide the cover for the more important efforts. Aren't you recommending the same thing to be set up that you're complaining about in other sections of your memorandum?
Well, Senator, there is indeed a gray area in the thing in terms of political activity. One of my recommendations, quite candidly, was that within this foundation we would set up a group with a lawyer of about 35 years old and with some young law clerks who would gauge the qualifications of federal judges across the country in terms of both their qualifications and philosophy. And these type of things, quite candidly, if another administration came in, they would say, well, that's political activity. We'll take away its tax exemption. And so my recommendation was would be that this would not be a highly publicized thing within this institution. That's correct.
Let's read further now. The next paragraph. Every menial task of government possible would be sent over to the foundation to carry out at cost plus 10.
That's right.
What do you mean by that?
Well, that would be instead of sending these assignments over to the Brookings Institute and have them do them at cost plus 10, we'd send them to our new institute. This is the discretionary contract, Senator. This would not be... Go ahead.
Go ahead. Have you finished?
No, my view, this would be the... we have not an available institution, conservatives do not today, to do the kind of work that the Brookings Institute does. I'm sure the Brookings Institute, well, cost plus 10 simply means that I'm sure the Brookings Institute gets or I'm not sure, a slight margin on what they do in terms of assignments, and we would simply, what this says is we would shift these assignments over to the new institute if we set it up.
I want to make myself perfectly clear.
All right.
As a member of the Finance Committee and as a member of the Joint Committee on Internal Revenue, I have worked as hard as I knew how to keep that service out of politics, out of anyone's politics, Democratic politics and Republican politics alike. I'm thoroughly aware, as you are, that some of these foundations have intruded in the political arena when they should not have. We've tried to correct it in legislation. I've even tried to go further. I've inserted in tax bills provisions to get them out of the arena of voter registration. But I lost that battle on the Senate floor. And it seems to me that what you're proposing here is to try to get unfriendly foundations out of the political arena and get friendly foundations in.
No.
Is that what you're seeking to do?
No. What I'm seeking to do would be to establish, first off, it's my belief, as expressed in this memorandum, that there is a bias that had already existed within the Internal Revenue Service. In my judgment, I do not recommend, incidentally, that you take away the tax exemption of the Brookings Institute. I do not believe it engages in politics.
If they get involved in politics, I think that tax exemption should be denied because they're violating the law.
I agree 100%, but I do not think the Brookings Institute engages in politics. It engages in studies which are used. I think that law should be very tight. But we should have an institution similar to that, in my judgment. And secondarily, what you see here is a reflection of my view that there was a political bias that existed against conservative institutions, whereby the IRS would look at them a good deal harder than they would look at others.
Well, how are you going to determine what's political and what isn't if you get into the area of thought control?
You mean, if you're referring to...
I don't see how you can outlaw liberal foundations
Senator,
and say they must be conservative to get the tax exemption. The only yardstick you can have, as I see it, is whether or not they're engaged in politics.
Senator,
and if they are engaged in politics, Democratic, Republican, liberal, conservative, or reactionary, they ought to be put out of business.
Not put out of business, have their tax exemption taken away.
Exactly. That's
right.
what I mean.
I would concur with that. But even though I'm critical of the Brookings Institute as biased in the other direction, I agree with the use of tax exemption for institutions which study public issues, even if they're liberal or conservative, as long as they're studying public issues. But if they're engaged in voter registration, if they're demonstrating up on the Hill for legislation, if they're lobbying, if they're taking out ads to influence the votes of congressmen one way or the other, I would concur. But as long as it's educational, Senator, even if it's liberal, I've got no objections to its tax exemption.
You and I in thorough accord on that. The only difference I can see is the one distinction. You oppose to unfriendly foundations and favor friendly foundations. Is that an accurate statement?
I think that would be a fair statement, that I'm opposed to unfriendly and favor friendly, but I would not recommend, I do not believe, removing a tax exemption from a foundation which was strictly engaged in studying issues, even if it were a liberal foundation.
All right, let's go one step further. In your memorandum, page 4, paragraph 3.
Wait a minute.
Page 4 of your memorandum, paragraph 3, the second sentence. Anti-administration foundations should be cut off without a dime.
Senator, there's a differentiation between giving anti-administration foundations our money and leaving them with their tax exemption. I believe that we ought not to fund liberal tax-exempt foundations. There's no inconsistency in that position with the statement that they also ought to be allowed to keep their tax exemption. Simple, I don't think we ought to fund them.
Aren't you talking about tax money belonging to over 200 million American people?
Well, here's the thing. You're talking about it two ways when you're talking about if we're given in the White House taxed funds to a foundation, they get it that way, and they get subsidized through their tax exemption as well. My recommendation would be only to cut off the first.
When you use the phrase our money, you're really talking about taxpayers' money.
Taxpayers' money, that's right.
Let me make this suggestion to you. If you have some recommendations for improvement of foundations to get them out of the political arena, if you get the President to send up an appropriate message, you'll have my support.
Thank you very much, Senator. It will be appreciated, I can tell you.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Garney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this matter of foundations has intrigued the Congress for a long time, and I'd like to pursue that a little further, too. As I recall the testimony this morning, Mr. Buchanan, you did say, I think, a general statement that the big foundations support liberal Democrat views. Is that a fair statement to make?
The biggest one, the Ford Foundation, does. Number 2, I believe, is the Rockefeller Foundation. But when you get down below that to Lilly and Duke and some of the others in the top 10, they are, some of them, Mellon, for example, are supportive of conservative things. But conservative foundations, to be quite candid, are less aggressive than the Ford Foundation.
Well, could you give us examples of how the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation give this support?
Well, exclusive of the Rockefeller Foundation, which I haven't studied, the Ford Foundation, for example, provides funds for the Institute for Policy Studies. The Institute for Policy Studies has held, it's my recollection, that's Raskin and Barnett's outfit. They hold seminars for congressmen, for staffers and the like, and they deal in trying to influence congressmen and the like to vote in one direction. They get very close to the line. But they, in turn, if I'm not mistaken, the Institute for Policy Studies has in turn funded the Quicksilver Times, which was a radical, it's one of the radical, what they call underground newspapers, which has a political point of view, which is sold for profit. Now, secondly...
Do you have any copies of that?
Well, this is, as I say, the studies that I did, Senator, were done in 1970, and I could get all that background. All this material was in the speeches that we had drafted and had set for delivery. There's, of course, the highly celebrated also the funds that the Ford Foundation provided to ex-Kennedy staffers in 1968.
Well, would you furnish a copy of the draft of the speech for the record?
I'll take a look at the speech, and I'd have to take a look at that speech first, Senator.
Go on.
In 1968, the Ford Foundation under Mr. Bundy provided sort of severance pay for the Democratic staffers of Senator Edward Kennedy. In the mayor's race in Cleveland in 1968, I believe, Ford Foundation funded a project for a voter registration drive in a black area, which was partially responsible for the defeat of Seth Taft, the Republican in that area, and the victory of Mr. Stokes. I think the legislation now is that you can fund voter registration drives, but you have to do it over an area of something like 5 states. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference under Mr. Abernathy is the one that caught my attention. What was done there was, they of course are funded by the Ford Foundation, or have been. They sent to me, which was a strictly political literature, a document to me, which was calling, in effect, we did X, Y, and Z to Mr. Nixon and Mr. Agnew. And at the bottom of that, it said, send in your tax-exempt contributions. Now, this is what we raised Cain about with Mr. Haldeman, and it was checked out. And some of these groups, like that group in the NSA, I believe, set up dual funds. In other words, if you send in your check and you declare it tax-exempt, they say it goes into the educational fund. I don't know if audits have been made to see if there's a commingling of funds or what in those things. These would be a few of the things that I can recollect from those particular speeches.
And these are examples of direct political activity.
These were examples of direct political activity. But one of the questions I was making earlier was, it's just my judgment that if you have a number of public policy institutes that are of a liberal persuasion, I agree with the tax exemption for these kind of institutions, even if you disagree with them. But if you've got a giant like the Ford Foundation, which is pouring tens of millions of dollars into the creation of studies which in effect argue for a particular point of view persuasively, like you take a Brookings study. As soon as a Brookings study is done, you'll see it on the front page of the New York Times and the Washington Post, precisely what they recommended, and these things are moved into the political bloodstream. And one of my basic contentions is that there's an imbalance in resources with regard to these foundations.
Well, Mr. Buchanan, it seems as a copy of the Quicksilver Times is turned up here, so if I can have a staff member to take it over to Mr. Buchanan, would he identify this as what he's talking about? Is that the publication?
It appears to be. This is came across a March 23rd to April 6, 1972 edition. Right. The information I have came out of an article, I believe, in a Washingtonian magazine, or I would have to check the source, but it indicated that IPS...
Mr. Chairman, we have that marked as an exhibit and included in the record.
Mm-hmm. It indicated that the Institute for Policy Studies, which was a beneficiary of Ford money...
Mr. Chairman, an exhibit has just been given to witness, which we haven't seen. I have frequently, when I've presented exhibits and the minority council hasn't seen it, questions have been raised about it. I don't even know what that paper is. And it's being
I wonder if the staff member would give it to Mr. Dash so he can look at it. It's a very interesting publication.
It is.
I'm sure he'd enjoy it.
Mr. Senator Gurney, I do not speak with the authority of the administration on this issue. This is a matter of personal interest to me, but I've always felt that legislation, perhaps, which would have... The Ford Foundation is divided into 4 separate, very powerful divisions. One of them is foreign. I think one of them is national affairs, which budget has been increased. And there's one of them is education, and the other is something else. If legislation were passed, say, to restrict a foundation to a particular percentage of the gross national products and its assets, that legislation could result in the dismantling of the Ford Foundation's essential power structure while leaving all the benefits there. In other words, the national affairs would be one foundation, Education would be another separate foundation. This would be another separate foundation. And if one of those foundations determined to move into the political arena, then perhaps that could, the tax exemption on that particular foundation might be, if they wanted to, the tax exemption could be withdrawn. But it seemed to me this is the problem. It's the concentration of political power in all those resources, and frankly, something analogous to an antitrust situation with regard to the Ford Foundation, I think, would be advantageous to the political process.
On page 5 of that tab 4, in the paragraph marked 4th, it's about the middle of the page.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
you mention, you say this, we would be striking at the heart of the establishment. What do you mean by the word establishment there?
Well, that would be, and there might not be disagreement with this, but in my own view, that there is existent in the country, in essence, a intellectual and political establishment to which the major networks, the Ford Foundation, some of your major public policy institutes, the dominant media along the eastern seaboard, the liberal wing of the Democratic Party in the Senate, and others can be said to belong. I think this is my view. I think there's a prevailing mindset among these groups, and they are in control of significant political assets, and there's nothing conspiratorial or anything of that nature about it, but I think it's essentially the political establishment of the country, the dominant political establishment of the country, against which you might set, say, to be simplistic, Mr. Nixon and his Middle American constituency.
Are you saying that in these large foundations you're talking about, there really is an establishment that directs its views oriented in the liberal direction?
There's tremendous interlocking directorates. If you take a look at Mr. Kyson's Institute at Princeton, the Brookings Institute, the Ford Foundation, the Harvard Center for the Study of Kennedy Center for the Study of Politics, and things like that, I think you'll find the same individuals who move on these various board of directors, and I think it's not unfair to characterize that as and the term's not necessarily pejorative, as a national establishment.
In tab 10 on page 7, if you would turn to that, there is also a mention of the Ford Foundation. Tab 10, I think, is the Muskie Watch, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Yes. And there is an allegation in there that the Ford Foundation is behind Muskie's candidacy. Could you elaborate on that?
Is this page?
It's page 7 of tab 10.
I think it's, let's see, certainly some troublesome questions could be raised.
Reading
Are they, I think it's in a question form, Senator, are they behind his candidacy? Investigation should be done on this score.
Well,
I don't have any knowledge. The evidence would be clearly circumstantial. I think Senator Muskie, on several junkets that had been, or trips abroad that had been sponsored and funded by the Ford Foundation, I think Senator Muskie had been prominent on each of these, or all of these, and I think this was available, I think, in Congressman Patman's hearings, which I'd read in the congressional record. I think that's where that came from.
You never found any direct evidence that that was so?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. These are just ideas.
You gave us some examples of some of Mr. Tuck's pranks and tricks this morning. Do you have any other? Did he do anything in the 1972 campaign?
No, I think he was at our convention, I believe. They were putting out a newspaper down there. Most of his pranks in '72, I think, were directed at Senator Muskie. He did something at a tea in New Hampshire, I believe, but it seemed I can't recall exactly. I think after the Watergate thing, frankly, anybody who was involved in these kind of pranks and things was probably drawn in.
Do you recall any further the prank in New Hampshire?
Of his prank?
Yes.
I do not, Senator.
I wonder if we've settled the issue of the Quicksilver Times yet, Mr. Day. Have you had an opportunity to read it?
Yes, but was there a question, Senator Gurney, that the Quicksilver Times was funded by the IPS, the Institute of Policy Studies, which had money from the Ford
I think
Foundation?
that was I think that's in the public, if I'm not mistaken, that's in a public record in an article that was written on the Institute for Policy Studies, and I believe it was one of these small Washington magazines. And in all this research going on, since I was familiar with the Quicksilver Times, I believe as a commercial venture, it would seem to me that this would be an illicit use of tax-exempt funds, and the IPS, of course, is Ford-funded.
Well, Mr. Rogovin, who's general counsel for the Institute for Policy Studies, has just contacted the committee and said it has never funded the Quicksilver Times, and that the only money that it ever received that the IPS received from Ford was $6,000 in 1964.
Well, as I say, this is my understanding of an article which I've read. It's a question of fact, and I'd be happy to go back and find the research I did on this.
Well, would you do that?
Would do, Senator.
Submit that for the record. I take it the Quicksilver Times is in jeopardy at the moment. Is that right, Mr. Kane?
Well, no, it's something. I looked at the thing. It seems to be what you'd call the sort of underground hippie paper. And I'd be glad to put it in the record if you wanted to, but so that I may not remain in a state of ignorance, I'd like to know what it has to do with what we investigate.
Senator, I was wondering how I got into this myself.
Well, I think it probably has a whole lot to do. I just glanced at it quickly. I don't know what it is, but it talks about people coming to San Diego. This has something to do with the Republican National Convention when we were going there before we went to Miami Beach. And it also says some unflattering things about the Republicans. So I would say this was one of the dirty tricks department. I don't know who's responsible for it.
But who's dirty trick?
That's what I just said. I don't know who's responsible for it.
Mr. Chairman.
Perhaps we'd better make this part of our hearings and find out who is responsible for it.
Mr. Chairman. I really suggest that we not get into a quarrel over this. I've sat here day after day and had stuff put in the record. And much of it I not only did not know about or didn't see, but much of it I could find only the most tenuous connection with what we were investigating. I think we're pretty far down the road now to start requiring a showing of causal connection between the allegation and the source. I notice here, for instance, that the Quicksilver Times suggests that demonstrations are a crucial part of the range of activities, that our political goals in confronting the GOP are, and that there should be one massive legal demonstration past the sports arena, and it gives a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know who that is, but it is, in fact, in the mainstream of political activity, and I suggest rather than argue about it, we put it in the record for whatever it's worth.
I'll put it in the record, accompanied by my statement that I can't see what it's going to
I don't want to upset the Democrat Council, so I'll withdraw it, and perhaps we can identify it a little bit later on.
I don't, Mr. Chairman, if the Senator...
the dirty tricks department.
If the Senator yields, since it's here, let's put it in the record, and we can develop with it later.
Well, I don't want to embarrass the Democrats, so let's
wait a minute, wait a minute. It won't embarrass. It don't embarrass me. I'm a Democrat, and I didn't have anything to do with that Quicksilver Times or the demonstration in San Diego.
I didn't either, Mr. Chairman. He happened to mention it, and there happened to be a copy back here.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
In fact, I tell my good friend...
I think we'd better turn to gold instead of silver, you know. I wonder if you can...
Wait a minute. Let's get it in the record if you want to. Put it in the record. And also my statement of ignorance, that I'm ignorant about why it's in the record, but let it go there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, put it in the record and put there that I don't know why it happened, but it happened against Republicans and not against Democrats.
I wonder if you could give us any advice, Mr. Buchanan, because certainly you've been the most knowledgeable witness I think we've ever had before the committee on the whole area of issues in the campaign and what the candidates stood for, the various candidates, attack plans, and all that sort of thing. And you were also acquainted, certainly, with some of the other political campaigns in recent years, either actively participating on behalf of Mr. Nixon or, I guess, doing research. Could you give us any idea how this campaign of 1972 stacked up against other campaigns in the sort of strategy and tactics done by all of the candidates? Was it a fairly clean campaign? Was it a very dirty campaign? Or what about it? Keeping apart the Watergate thing now, because we're talking about supposedly dirty tricks department.
I just could not testify with accuracy about what dirty tricks were played, what allegations are true, but I do have to concur with Theodore White's statement that these really had the weight of a feather in the campaign of 1972. I think what was unprecedented for us, Senator, was the fact that we were in the we control the office of the presidency, and this was frankly some of the innovations in terms of the offensive strategy in media ads, the attack group, which has gotten the 915 group, which has gotten a bad name, the use of surrogates, and the orchestration of our political offensive. These had nothing to do with dirty tricks. It was one of the most effective operations and one of the most enjoyable operations I've been involved in. When we first started out with Mr. Nixon back in 1966 and traveled to...
May I interrupt? We are on a strict time limit here.
Sorry?
And I have used up my time. I would like to come back to that because I think it is very important, but I yield the floor.
Could I make one point, Senator? In order to compare campaigns, I think what you'd have to do is, in terms of strategies, you'd have to go back to President Johnson, who had the power of incumbency in 1964, and compare his strategy and stratagems and institutions with ours, because the Democrats this time were going the primary route. In 1964, it was Senator Goldwater and Governor Rockefeller, and Republicans were. So there'd be a better comparison there than you would get between us and the Democrats.
Thank you.
Senator Norway.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Buchanan, by your testimony and by your documents, you have proven yourself to be a very effective and very scholarly political strategist. And some of the tactics you have recommended are time-honored practices in the American politics. Now, whether they should be continued will be addressed in our final report. I would appreciate your assistance in outlining appropriate limits of where ethics end and impropriety begins. Now, first, do you feel it is ethical or proper for campaign funds contributed to the candidate of one party to be funneled into the campaign of a candidate running in a primary of the opposition party?
I think a direct transfer of campaign funds from one party to the candidate of another is currently illegal, Senator. I may not be sure of that. That's the funding legislation. I do not think it is illegitimate. For example, if we went to, say, one of our large contributors, given the fact that we had considerable financial resources, if we went to one of our large contributors and said, the best thing you could do for the president would be to contribute to X's campaign in the Democratic primary, because that's a close race and he doesn't have any money. That would seem to me is I don't know that it has been done in the past, but the idea of assisting candidates in the other party's primary is not unprecedented at all.
We will be back with Senator Inouye's questions about campaign ethics in one moment. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
The Public
In a brief look at today's news, interviews and commentary, covering issues and events of capital interest, the world of national politics, international relations, and the arts. Watch for evening edition Thursday at 10 p.m. From the nation's capital, Impact presents Washington Week in Review, an analysis each week of the major news stories from the White House, the Congress, the Pentagon, and elsewhere. With Peter Ezola, Washington Bureau Chief of the Chicago Daily News. Neil McNeil, Chief Congressional Correspondent with Time Magazine. Charles Ford, Military Affairs Writer with a Baltimore Sun. Plus a guest Washington correspondent, covering such fields as foreign policy, the economy, politics, space. It's a freewheeling 30 minutes providing insights and background to the significant news events of the week. Each week on Impact's Washington Week in Review. On the award-winning Washington Week in Review Friday edition. Watching public television for the nation's capital, this is WETA non-commercial channel 26. We're going on now to the Watergate hearing.
From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPACT correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearings, it is Senator Inouye's turn to question presidential aide Patrick Buchanan in his final hour at the witness table.
Mr. Buchanan, do you feel it would be ethical or proper to place campaign spies in the camp of the opposition to gather
Well, I think as John Osborne wrote, this is a common thing done in American politics. Now, is it ethical? I would not sit in judgment of the ethics of an individual who took that assignment. I do not think myself, if I were asked to do it, I would want to insinuate myself into the confidence of an individual and then betray that confidence for cash. It would not be something I would do, but I would not want to sit in the judgment of the ethics of others who volunteered or who did those things. And I think you have made yourself, Senator, well, go ahead.
Do you feel it would be ethical or proper to originate and distribute campaign literature which does not identify the source and which is designed to embarrass the opposition candidate?
I think the failure to identify failure to have a source named on the literature or a sponsor is a violation of the law, I believe. It's a misdemeanor, I believe. This is what we referred to in the documents released by Mr. Meany and Mr. Barkin and the other one that was referred to this morning. If you asked, is it legitimate, say, let me give you an example. I would say yes on these grounds. Let's say Senator McGovern was running against the President of the United States. He's running from a position on the left of the spectrum. President Nixon, in our campaign of 1972, we had weaknesses on the right side of the spectrum. Now, if Senator McGovern got, say, some conservative Democrats on the Hill and some conservative money raisers, and they formed a committee which, say, was Committee for a Balanced Budget or something like that, and then they criticized the President of the United States for having spent, having run deficits in excess of X, Y, and Z. That would be a political criticism of the President of the United States from a separate vantage point of Senator McGovern's, done by Democrats, and that, to me, would be purely legitimate, even if Senator McGovern had knowledge of that. It doesn't seem to me that there's any requirement that there has to be a linear consistency in every single argument you make against a candidate.
Do you think it would be ethical or improper or proper for campaign aides of one candidate to involve themselves in sabotage of the campaign appearances of the opposition candidate?
That would depend, and you see the Washington Post uses the terminology sabotage for what we do and pranks for what they do. Now, it would depend on precisely what's done. The examples I gave you of what Dick Tuck did, and these to me there's room in American politics for pranksters and hecklers and the like. There's room on both sides. These things are part of the fun of politics. But they can get to the point where they cross the line. I think you can cross the line in terms of numbers. In other words, you have one Dick Tuck, or two Dick Tucks, or three Dick Tucks. Okay, but suppose you field you field about 100 of them out there. The cumulative impact of these kind of disruptions could have such an effect as to deny a candidate really the right to communicate with the American people, and so foul up his operations as to really deny him his legitimate right. So I think you could probably cross the line in terms of excess in numbers. I think you could probably cross the line in the other direction in terms of the character of the prank or the stunt.
When Mr. Tuck put on an engineer's cap and got the train to move, wasn't that a crime?
Impersonating an engineer? Senator, I just do not know that. What would it be? Disorderly? There are things.
This was interfering with the orderly schedule of a train in interstate commerce.
In interstate commerce? It was a California campaign train, Senator. It was not. It was just going up and down the California line. I don't think he should be prosecuted. He should be prosecuted. Let me say this: if every time the president began a speech, that train pulled out of the station and his responsibility, I think somebody ought to put a stop to it. You know. But I don't think that singular act was. We'd all be in trouble if something like that was. Every time something like that happened, an individual was prosecuted.
Do you think it's ethical?
Doing that?
Yes.
I don't think it's unethical. I can't speak to the ethics of Mr. Tuck doing that. That's his own judgment. I do not believe it's unethical. It doesn't strike me as unethical.
Do you think it would be ethical to encourage the voters of one party to participate in the political caucus of the opposition party?
The political caucus? I think that's next to impossible. I think you have to be a registered, I know in the Democratic Party, which has caucuses, I believe you have to be a registered Democrat to get into a caucus. But you raise a broader question.
Primary.
How about a primary, right? Now there is a place where on the state level there could conceivably be reform, and that is crossover voting. I think the Republicans in 68 in Wisconsin, when we were there, because Governor Romney had dropped out, they crossed over in droves for Senator McCarthy, and the effort, of course, was to inflict a defeat on President Johnson. And, of course, Johnson withdrew 2 days before, but they were prepared to do that. Now, that's one reform that could conceivably be recommended, but you ought to know what you're doing before you do that. The crossover voters, in my judgment, because they tend to be more conservative, centrist Democrats moving into a Republican primary and centrist Republicans moving into a Democratic primary, these things tend to have a leavening effect to increase more of the chances, I think, of centrist candidates. You remove crossover votings, and you will have more. I think your candidates will tend to be more ideological in the sense that they will be more. They will go to the true believers of their own party, who are on the left in the Democratic Party and the conservatives in the Republican Party, and you are liable to have more sharper differentiations in your candidates. So I think before states do that, my own personal feeling is that that would be a good thing to rule out crossover voting, because I think that each party should have the right, to nominate its own candidates, and Republicans should have no business voting in Democratic primaries, and vice versa.
Do you believe it is ethical or proper for a candidate to provide information to friendly press or media which would prove damaging to the opposition candidates without the source of that information being identified publicly?
Well, most of the individuals in the national press that I know would not print a story which was did not have any some substantive documentation. You mean to go to give some false, make a false allegation against an individual? That's not ethical. That's detraction. Against an individual. But none of your national press people are going to run with a story that's just based on the word, I think, of another individual about a serious personal charge against someone else.
What about a reliable source story?
Well, when they have reliable source, they generally have a reliable source. I mean, they didn't make, usually, very few reporters, I mean, you're talking getting into the ethics of journalism now. I think generally when a reporter says he has a reliable source, he's got a reliable source.
So there are some good leaks and bad leaks.
That's, and there's some good reporters and there's some bad reporters, yes, sir.
I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
I've read your opening statement rather carefully, Mr. Buchanan, and I'd say that in many areas I agree with you. I think some of the matters which you've raised needed telling, specifically starting on page 9 of your statement, where you say that allegations that the campaign of '72 was not only a rig but an utter fraud, a political coup by the President of the United States. These contentions, Mr. Chairman, are altogether untrue. And I must confess to you that I think any political scientist looking at that election would at least give equal attention to the matter of the Democrats in their primaries being so split, or at least splitting up the center, that the outcome was fairly much assured. I can't disagree either that where you quote Theodore White, that dirty tricks of '72 added together in the ultimate balance, at least as far as I know the dirty tricks, had the weight of a feather. And I wouldn't disagree with those valid activities which you set forth before the committee in the way of letter writing campaigns or issue-oriented speeches by Republicans, either in the Senate or the surrogates around the countryside. And I can't argue with you on a spoil system that certainly is still has a certain hold on the American political scene. So I want to make it clear that in those respects, what I think all of us would agree is legitimate, there's little argument. But the problem is, of course, that the matters that you were engaged on, or rather matters that you and other members of the administration were engaged on, go way beyond the admittedly legitimate, hard-nosed aspects of politics. And unfortunately, and I came here really expecting to do most of the listening this afternoon, I can't let this stand insofar as your testimony is concerned, and I'd like to get into certain of these activities and see just how we categorize them and how you would explain them. Now, I'd like to refer, if I might, to the memorandum which you wrote of September the 13th, 1972, to Messrs. Haldeman and Ehrlichman and Colson. And more specifically, it's at the end of the memorandum, the bottom of page 4, top of page...
Could I have the exhibit number of that?
5. Yes, indeed. That's exhibit number 34, I believe. It's the last exhibit.
Yes, sir. The bottom of which page?
Right. Let me read, if I might, the memorandum. Final note. Again, the critical point is that just as McGovern ought to make Nixon the issue, so the issue this fall is McGovern. Will he and the hardcore left-winger radicals who took over the party take over America? That's the bottom line. If the country goes to the polls in November scared to death of McGovern,
thinking him vaguely anti-America and radical and pro-the-left-wingers, militants, then they'll vote against him, which means for us. What we have done thus far, and fairly well, is not put the president 34 points ahead, but McGovern 34 points behind.
Yes, sir.
Now, I find that a rather interesting statement coming from a man who is one of the spokesmen, certainly, for this administration, for the president. Did you feel at the time that you wrote the memorandum that there wasn't enough sufficient in the way of accomplishment with this administration, that we couldn't put President Nixon 34 points ahead, that we had to take the other candidate and put him 34 points behind? Was there a lack of positive material?
No, there was not a lack of positive material. As a matter of fact, the budget for the positive or pro side of the media campaign was far in excess of the anti side. But I'm not presumptuous, and Senator, and I'm not foolish. We were not 34 points ahead of Senator McGovern simply on the basis of our record. I think we could have won on the basis of our record. As I stated earlier, once we move up above 60% in the polls, towards 70% in a national poll, people who are voting there are voting for us are all almost entirely Democrats. And if you polled them, most of them would say they were dissatisfied with certain aspects of the president's economic program, certain aspects of his other program, his personality. In a normal election, they would go for a Hubert Humphrey, they would go for a Senator Muskie, they would go for a Senator Kennedy. They were standing with us, Senator, for the reason that they were strongly opposed to McGovern. Now, this goes to a point that you raised earlier in other testimony. You wanted to know, did we abandon other Republicans? The answer to that question is no, we did not. In '66, the president went out and worked for Republicans. In '70, we worked. We were totally unsuccessful. We felt that the best way we could bring in a Republican Congress, that the best way that we could bring in Republicans in the Senate and the House was to identify as president, to run as president, and win by a landslide, and hopefully they would then come in on the presidential coattails as they did in '36 and as they did in '64. And that was unsuccessful for the reason that this new the ticket splitter phenomenon has taken over, and candidates at the top of the ticket less and less can deliver for candidates down the line.
Well, you've raised another issue, which I'll certainly be glad to get to, but let's just stick with the memorandum if we can for a minute. What is it in the course of the campaign that makes an incumbent president try to paint his opponent as anti-America? I don't quite understand that one.
Where's... Now, wait a minute.
On page 5, the country goes to polls scared to death of McGovern, thinking him vaguely anti-America and radical.
Senator, there were polls.
What does that mean?
Well, there were polls taken post-election. Mike Wallace, on election night, said that there were polls taken that indicated that the reason the American people went to the polls and voted for the president as opposed to McGovern is they voted on two issues. He said patriotism and morality. Now, Walter Cronkite got angry and said, what do you mean? George McGovern's not anti-patriotic, he's not anti-moral. And Mike Wallace said, wait a minute, what we're talking about is public perceptions. The positions that Senator McGovern took, for example, that he would go to Hanoi and beg for the release of American prisoners if necessary, in the minds of millions of America, these were perceived anti-American. And I do not suggest that Senator McGovern is anti-American, but this was the perception. The perception in his mind was that Senator McGovern was not a figure whom they wanted to put in the presidency of the United States because he did not share their views with regard to patriotism and things of that character. Now, I don't say that Senator McGovern is that, but it would be false for me to stand up here and deny that that was the perception of millions of Americans.
Well, why do you think this perception came about on their part?
I think Senator McGovern contributed to it more than anybody else in the country.
Do you think maybe now that you've heard the evidence of what happened during the campaign of '72 come before this committee with various members of the administration testifying, do you think maybe that you took that lawlessness, that restlessness, that violence which the American people were leery of, that you maybe took it out of blue jeans and put it into blue suits? lawlessness.
Are you referring to me, Senator?
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm asking on the basis of the testimony which you've heard, just as everyone else that's been presented before this committee.
Well,
do you believe that lawlessness, which let me finish, which obviously the American people were concerned with, was in fact taken out of blue jeans and put into blue suits?
Well, I would, with regard to that, of course, the individuals against whom allegations have been made have not yet been tried. There were errors, mistakes, misjudgment, and wrongdoing on the part of individuals with whom I've been associated, I believe, and perhaps some of them were within the White House. That's true, but I don't think that to take, and I don't think that certainly what we did, if these things were done, they were not justified, and they certainly do not justify the things that were done in 1970 by the demonstrators. Both were wrong. But I don't see the connection between this and the President of the United States, and I don't see the connection between that and me.
Well, let me ask you a question then. On page 10 of your statement before the committee, you make the statement that Republicans were not responsible for the downfall of Senator Muskie. And you make the statement that Republicans were not responsible for the nomination of Senator McGovern. And I agree with you. I agree with you. Now let me ask you this question. Were Republicans, do you feel that Republicans in the sense of the party were responsible for Watergate?
No, I think individuals got to be held accountable for what they did. The individuals who conceived and carried out the Watergate break-in, which in and of itself I consider wrong, but not just grievously wrong, right. Those individuals are accountable. No, the political party is not responsible. The Republican Party certainly is not responsible, no.
Well, in other words, is this four Cubans sitting in a barroom and doing a gratuitous act for the Republicans?
Who do you want me to pass judgment upon, Senator?
I'd like to know. I'd like you to tell this committee as to who you feel was responsible for the matter called Watergate and its attendant circumstances.
Well, you mean Mr. Magruder has, I believe, testified before this committee that he was cognizant of it. There are 7 individuals, I think, who have been convicted of it. There are other individuals who I do not believe have yet been indicted, and I'm in no position to sit up here and to say that these individuals were guilty. I just don't know. I'm not in control of the evidence. I'm not a judge. That's for a court. That's for a court to decide.
No, I'm not trying to judge individual guilty. I'd like to know who is responsible for these acts, these thoughts which precipitated
men
this
are responsible for what they do themselves.
All right, let's keep on going relative to the matter of what was done, what's been testified to before this committee. I laughed along with the others as to the matters of Dick Tuck and trains pulling out of the station, but let's try and fit into one of your categories the following occurrences which happened in the campaign of '72. Now, you have 4 categories: utterly outrageous, dirty tricks, political hardball, and pranks. The use of the Justice Department, the CIA, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the State Department for political purposes by an incumbent administration. Which category would that fall into?
Well, that references, those categories are in references to the so-called dirty tricks. They're not in reference to crimes, Senator.
I'm not saying they are. I'm just asking you, is the use of the Justice Department, the CIA, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the State Department, on behalf of an incumbent administration in a political way, what would that fall? Is that pranks?
Senator, it's customary in national politics that the Secretary of Defense, I believe, and the Secretary of State generally stay out of national politics, although that was not the case in '64. And Secretary Laird, of course, made political speeches. I don't see anything wrong with that. The use of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in the political campaign, to me, would be an unjustified use of that agency, which should not be done. The Department of Justice, Senator Irwin and I would, it has been precedented that the both in our administration and Senator Kennedy's, that the Attorney General was a political figure.
Yeah, but let me say one thing right now, because I think that I like to believe that maybe the people elected Richard Nixon president in 1968 because they didn't want any more of these things to go on. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I'd like to go on that assumption that this was one of the reasons. So, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Buchanan, let's restrict ourselves.
Well, the people
to
have no
matters
reason
of
to
this
regret.
election.
People have no reason to regret the decision of 1968, in my judgment.
Yeah, what I'm saying to you is let's restrict ourselves to the election campaign of '72. In other words, the everybody did it theory, which has been floated, has no bearing as to the investigations of this committee.
No one has suggested that the fact that things were done wrong before justifies doing them again.
Well, then why cite the examples?
Well, you're the one that's citing the examples of justice and defense and state. I'm responding to each of them.
In the 1972 campaign, and you're responding with what was done in 1960 or whenever else it was.
Well, I would beg to disagree with you. As I say, if a Secretary of Defense or a Secretary of State, I would think the Secretary of State should stay out of politics, but a Secretary of Defense, if the defense budget is a national issue, as it was in '64, where Secretary McIntyre spoke out, as it was in '72 with Secretary Laird, they are perfectly within their rights to speak out and defend the policies of the administration. That has a partisan connotation, I know, but they should be, I see nothing wrong with that.
I was not referring to the Secretary of Defense. I never made any mention of him at all. I said the Justice Department, the use of Justice Department agencies on behalf of a political campaign. Is that,
right.
What category does that fall into?
They should not be used in a political campaign.
The CIA.
The Central Intelligence Agency, I think by law, is forbidden, and of course it should obey the law.
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation should have no role in any national political campaign.
All right. Number 2, the Ellsberg break-in cover-up. What does that fall into? Is that pranks, political hardball, dirty tricks, or utterly outrageous?
The cover-up?
Yeah, the Ellsberg break-in cover-up.
Well, you're asking me to talk about a matter for which individuals conceivably could be indicted in the next week. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the responsibilities upon lawyers to, and some of the individuals who are said to have known about this are lawyers, to report this to the trial judge at which point, and these are matters with which I'm not conversant.
Well, of course, it was testified to before this committee by the former Attorney General that this was the most serious matter of all.
The
the
Ellsberg
Ellsberg matter and its cover-up was absolutely essential to the political campaign of 1972.
Well, the cover-up the Ellsberg break-in took place in July of in September, I believe, of 1971. Well, I would disagree with the Attorney General, frankly, and to this extent, if after that thing had occurred, we had come forward and said so and explained it, I don't think it would have been a fatal blow.
In other words, you feel that was wrong?
Not doing it, I think that would be
of revealing all the facts, as to the break-in.
Well, I think if you look back in retrospect, I think certainly the thing to have done would have been not even to wait for the '72 campaign, but to have dealt with that problem at that particular time. I think that's right.
Well, I've got a long.
But these have, Senator Weicker, these have nothing to do with, I think, with the matter under discussion, which is things done during a campaign by political organizations. That was not had nothing to do with the political campaign, as I recollect.
What?
The Ellsberg break-in.
Well, it had a great deal to do. It had a great deal.
Yeah.
The break-in, maybe not the break-in, but the fact that it would be revealed. This was of deep concern to many individuals. My time's up right now, and then I'll just get back to the list after I return.
Senator Montoya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the end of your testimony this morning with Mr. Dash, you stated that the brochure, although rhetorical, correctly stated Mr. Muskie's position about blacks.
Well,
that's the brochure.
No, if I did say that, that's an error. I think I stated correctly his position with regard to gun control, Senator.
Well, I'll read you from the transcript, page 8062.
These are your words. The rhetoric is not left-wing rhetoric, but the statements on Senator Muskie's position on gun control is accurate. On the statement with regard to black Americans, there is not an inaccuracy in terms of the writing.
'60 or whenever else it was.
Well, I would beg to disagree with you. As I say, if a Secretary of Defense or a Secretary of State, I would think the Secretary of State should stay out of politics, but a Secretary of Defense, if the defense budget is a national issue, as it was in '64, where Secretary McIntyre spoke out, as it was in '72 with Secretary Laird, they are perfectly within their rights to speak out and defend the policies of the administration. That has a partisan connotation, I know, but they should be, I see nothing wrong with that.
I was not referring to the Secretary of Defense. I never made any mention of him at all. I said the Justice Department, the use of Justice Department agencies on behalf of a political campaign. Is that,
right.
What category does that fall into?
They should not be used in a political
All right,
campaign.
the CIA.
The Central Intelligence Agency, quite, I think by law, is forbidden, and of course it should obey the law.
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation should have no role in any national political campaign.
All right. Number 2, the Ellsberg break-in cover-up. What does that fall into? Is that pranks, political hardball, dirty tricks, or utterly outrageous?
The cover-up?
Yeah, the Ellsberg break-in cover-up.
Well, you're asking me to talk about a matter for which individuals conceivably could be indicted in the next week. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the responsibilities upon lawyers to, and some of the individuals who are said to have known about this are lawyers, to report this to the trial judge at which point, and these are matters with which I'm not conversant.
Well, of course, it was testified to before this committee by the former Attorney General that this was the most serious matter of all.
The
the
Ellsberg
Ellsberg matter and its cover-up was absolutely essential to the political campaign of 1972.
Well, the cover-up the Ellsberg break-in took place in July of in September, I believe, of 1971. Well, I would disagree with the Attorney General, frankly, and to this extent. If after that thing had occurred, we had come forward and said so and explained it, I don't think it would have been a fatal blow.
In other words, you feel that was wrong?
Not doing it, I think that would be
of revealing all the facts, as to the break-in.
Well, I think if you look back in retrospect, I think certainly the thing to have done would have been not even to wait for the 72 campaign, but to have dealt with that problem at that particular time. I think that's right.
Well, I've got a long...
But these have, Senator Weicker, these have nothing to do with, I think, with the matter under discussion, which is things done during a campaign by political organizations. That was not had nothing to do with the political campaign, as I recollect.
What?
The Ellsberg break-in.
Well, it had a great deal to do. It had a great deal.
Yeah.
The break-in, maybe not the break-in, but the fact that it would be revealed. This was of deep concern to many individuals. My time's up right now, and then I'll just get back to the list after I return.
Senator Montoya. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the end of your testimony this morning with Mr. Dash, you stated that the brochure, although rhetorical, correctly stated Mr. Muskie's position about blacks.
Well,
that's the brochure.
No, if I did say that, that's an error. I think I stated correctly his position with regard to gun control, Senator.
Well, I'll read you from the transcript, page 8062. These are your words. The rhetoric is not left-wing rhetoric, but the statements on Senator Muskie's position on gun control is accurate. On the statement with regard to black Americans, there is not an inaccuracy in terms of the writing.
Well,
isn't that the same thing?
Well, if I did say that this was what this is a combination, I believe, where the record is stated. I've only had an opportunity to read this once, but where the record is stated.
This is your testimony.
Right. Well, let me just state where the record is stated with regard to his view on gun control. It's accurate. As I stated, the rhetoric is something else again. And I would not. This is not state a fact. This states basically an opinion with regard to blacks. And this is not. Well, go ahead, Senator.
Well, do you say that the statement contained in the brochure is not accurate?
Well, it's exaggerated political rhetoric. That's correct.
Well, isn't that inaccuracy then?
Well, it's yes. Right. But there's an awful lot in political speeches. It's exaggerated political rhetoric and political brochures.
Well, isn't exaggerated political rhetoric inaccuracy?
That's. It could be inaccuracy, yes, sir.
All right. Now, let us examine it a little more carefully. Now, you stated in this brochure...
Well, wait a minute. I did not write the brochure, Senator. It's my recollection that I may have edited it because that is the testimony of someone else.
Just a minute. Didn't you state this morning on the record that Mr. Kachikian had told you that you had prepared it and that you were not about to doubt his word?
No, Mr. Kachikian... when he came back from the committee hearing, he said that he had prepared it and that he had run it by me for editing. That was his recollection, and he's a truthful individual, so I stand on that recollection.
Right. Now, here's what the pamphlet reads for the record. Muskie has told black Americans that there is no room for them in his politics. Blacks are the backbone of the Democratic Party, and Mr. Muskie told them to go to hell. Now let us examine that against the context of what Mr. Muskie said in the press conference. And I read from the excerpt from his press conference of September 8th, 1971. Reporter, what was the purpose of your meeting with black leaders in Watts yesterday? Mr. Muskie, the question was particularly of how we could move effectively to deal with the problems that concern black people, including the elections. And so I was asked in that context whether a black candidate for vice president could be considered for the 1972 election if I were a candidate for the presidency. I said that in my judgment, such a ticket was not electable now. I said I regretted that. it shouldn't be so. What my judgment was, and that such a ticket would be defeated, and that if it were, it would be a setback to our efforts to implement our commitment to equality for blacks in this country. I think we must work to eliminate this wrong. I consider it a wrong, but I don't think we've done so yet. So, this is the choice that faces blacks and those of us who are committed to the ideals of equality in America. How best we move effectively in the direction of equality, including political equality, which will make it realistically possible for blacks, Mexican Americans, and representatives of any other minority to aspire to the vice presidency or the presidency of the United States. That ought to be our goal. Then the reporter asked a further question. Reporter, Senator, are you saying that it's the wrong time for a black man to run for vice president, or are you saying that there isn't a black man qualified to run? Senator Muskie, oh no, there are blacks who are qualified to run, qualified to aspire to the vice presidency. I know some of them, and they ought to be eligible for consideration. Now, Senator, do you think that the pamphlet has put the whole thing out of context?
I think if you ask me, is this pamphlet from what I've read of it, a fair reflection accurate reflection of Senator Muskie's civil rights position? I would say no. This is exaggerated, hyperbolic political rhetoric. If you ask me if it should have been published, I would tell you no to that. It's wrong to do this. The voting record is right on gun control, as I said. Some of the rhetoric in here is wrong. It's unjustified with Senator Muskie. This thing probably should not have been published. If it is my oversight that this thing went through, and that in addition to that it failed to have on a proper identification, then I am to blame and I should take responsibility. There were things done wrong, but this is not as bad as comparing the President of the United States to Adolf Hitler. It is not as bad as comparing American policy in Indochina to that of the Nazis in Germany. Now, but both are mistaken.
One wrong does not justify another.
It does
is
not.
That correct?
Precisely, Senator.
All right. Now let us go to the letter which was sent from Miami to Mr. Loeb of the Manchester Guardian on the date of February the 17th. You know about that letter, do you not?
It's the Union leader. That's the so-called Canuck letter.
Right. Now, do you think that that was a fair thing to do?
That was a political dirty trick.
All right. Do you think it was unethical?
It was unethical.
Now, there was another letter dated February the 28th sent to the same editor in the same vein with respect to Senator Muskie.
I was unaware of that. Wait a minute. Maybe you were referring to the which one is the so-called
Canuck letter? Referring to the Canuck, supposed Canuck statement made by Senator Muskie.
I did not know there were two letters sent.
Right. And do you think that that was unethical?
The Canuck letter is the only one that I have seen referred to. Yes, sir, I do.
Do you think that was a dirty trick?
Yes, sir, that would be should be counted a dirty trick. But it also, I think there's a myth.
Do you know who inspired this letter?
No, sir. But there's a myth building up that this so-called Canuck letter was responsible for Senator Muskie's emotional moment outside the Union Leader building, and that is not true. As Senator Muskie himself has stated, the reason for that emotional moment, the primary reason, was a slur against his wife, which was not made in any Canuck letter. It was made in Women's Wear Daily. It was transmitted via Newsweek magazine, which happens to be a subsidiary of the Washington Post Company. So I think it's a mistake to say that this emotional moment of Senator Muskie's was the result of that Canuck letter. That is not to justify the so-called letter.
Well, they were interconnected in a way, weren't they? Were they not?
Senator Muskie himself says it was the slur on his wife, or what he conceived to be a slur on his wife.
All right, now, there was another letter that appeared in the New Hampshire campaign, primary campaign. Mm-hmm. It was on stationery, United Democrats for Kennedy, and signed by Robin Ficker. Mm-hmm. You're acquainted with that letter, are you not?
No, I'm not, but I know Ficker was running a write-in for Kennedy in New Hampshire.
From our investigation, it has been ascertained that some people contacted Mr. Ficker for a signature to this letter, and the letter was designed to create a write-in atmosphere for Ted Kennedy in New Hampshire. This was not sponsored actually by United Democrats for Kennedy, although it appears under the signature of Robin Ficker of Montgomery County in Chevy Chase or Silver Spring, Maryland. Now, do you think that such a tactic, assuming that Mr. Robin Ficker has disavowed the contents of the letter, do you think that that was a proper campaign tactic in New Hampshire?
Is Ficker pro-Kennedy, do you know?
Yes.
And somebody funded him to do this?
Somebody got him to sign the letter under false pretenses that Kennedy people were urging him to sign the letter. And he later ascertained that it was not so.
You mean to file another individual? Well, that's a borderline case. Let me just give you one example, Senator Montoya. In 1940
Well, if that's a factual situation on the assumptions that I have made, would you say that that was unethical or improper?
Let me give you an example. When Harry Truman ran in 1940 in the state of Missouri against Governor Stark, he was in some difficulty, as I remember the story, because Governor Stark said he was the one that had put Tom Pendergast away. And Harry Truman's friends got some individual named Morris Milligan, who apparently was the prosecutor in the case, and they ran him as the third guy in the race, the result of which was to put Harry Truman in the Senate. Now, that's the same type of operation. Whoever did this probably did this to draw votes off from Senator Muskie, I would guess, in New Hampshire, or to lower his margin. It's something in the same vein as that, I would think.
Well, do you think it was proper?
I would have difficulty making a judgment on filing your opponent so you can your potential opponent so you can beat him in a state or getting him filed. That's a tough call as far as I would be concerned ethically.
Now, on tab 27, page 13, under item 40, is the following, quote, if Daley is booted out of the Democratic Convention on his arrival at his mayor's office in Chicago, some bearded types can be out front with signs, Daley's through in 72, vote McGovern.
Right.
Now, were these to have been paid demonstrators?
No, you would just call the Republican committee out there and do it. That is a...
They were supposed to be volunteers then?
Oh, sure, you wouldn't pay somebody to picket. Our funds were not limitless.
Now, do you think that that was proper and ethical?
Well, this again is another... Senator, if I knew I were going to be up here explaining all my memoranda, this little item would not have been included. Whether it's proper... Again, this is a case of identifying your opponent with an unpopular individual or figure.
Oh, I know what you're doing, but do you think it's ethical or proper?
I don't. Again, I'd have to say I don't think this is unethical to tell a guy to get a sign and go out in front of Daley. Mayor Daley comes back from that convention, angry as he can be, and there's a picket out there with the sign.
Do you think it's proper?
It's not improper.
Well, then it's not proper then.
No, the two are not the same. The two are not the same.
Well, give me the differentiation.
Well, it's well, something that's not improper. I mean, it might be a. Well, let's classify it when you get into the area of pranks. It's in the. I think that's in the area of pranks. It's like the carrying the sign.
Oh, would you say it's neutral?
Nixon's
then?
the one sign.
Would you say it's neutral?
I would say it's in the same range with the Nixon the one sign.
Okay. Now on tab 21, page 9, item 4, you suggested, and I quote, on all the black radio stations in the swing states, we should run ads on Muskie's statement about no blacks for vice president.
Is this, excuse me, Senator, this is the March...
Tab 21, page 9, item 4.
Tab 21, page 9, item 4. If he doesn't...
And you followed
right.
with that
Right.
suggestion as follows.
Right.
This is part of the radio plug. If he doesn't think the time has come for one of us to be even considered for vice president, then the time has come for Black America to tell Ed Muskie we don't think it is time for him to be considered for president. Write in Shirley Chisholm.
Right.
Now, do you think that was ethical?
Yes, I do. In this sense, Senator, there was a point in time in the 1971 when Congressman John Conyers and Senator Eugene McCarthy, each of them, was considering a fourth party candidacy. In my judgment, that would have been that would have helped us along what I consider a goal of a long time, which is a realignment of political parties. In my judgment, it would not have been unethical or illicit to have made an alliance of convenience with a Democrat to the left of the National Democratic Party, because it would have been advantageous to them. It would have been advantageous to us. Our objectives would have been served. Their objectives would have been served. It's the same thing as I would think in the Senate. If you had a senator on the, say, on the left side of the spectrum getting together with a senator on the right side of the spectrum to support a bill that he wanted in exchange for support there. I think it would be in that category.
Now, you're implying that this was politics as usual and therefore it was proper. That's what in effect you're saying.
No, I don't say everything that's being done, everything that's done regularly is proper and ethical. Well, you have to judge the individual thing. Here's the thing. This would come in the area of what Senator Baker, I think, was when he was reading. I believe it was Senator Baker.
Well,
yeah.
Let me go into another phase here. Now, you, of course, know that Senator Jackson's headquarters in Florida were broken into.
No, sir, I did not know that.
Well, and Senator McGovern's headquarters in Ohio were broken into.
I did
Senator
not know
Muskie's in Washington, D.C. were broken into.
Senator Muskie's were broken into?
Yes.
I did not
or I should say, there was an infiltrator in there and files were stolen on 2 occasions from Senator Muskie's headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
Now...
This was Fat Jack?
Yes. It was... and one of his agents. I think it was a young man by the name of Gregory.
Mm-hmm.
Now, also, there were paid infiltrators in Senator Jackson's campaign in Florida.
Well, that would be unwise. As well as,
in Senator Muskie's in Washington. Fat Jack or John Buckley. And Senator McGovern's, that's Chapman's friends, to cite some examples of the infiltrations.
Chapman's friend, as my understanding, was was a reporter who traveled aboard the various campaign planes and was 2 separate individuals. This is the way the reports have come out.
Well, do you think that these were things were ethical?
Well, Senator, I would ask, do you think it was ethical for Joe McGinnis to pose as a reporter and come into our campaign in 1968, fob himself off as an aide, and steal my memoranda and publish them in a best-selling book and have it hailed in the Washington Post?
No,
this
sir.
This is all praised.
No, sir, it wasn't. Now, do you agree with me?
This sort of thing, Senator, has been praised and applauded and cheered until it was done by Republicans against Democrats.
Well, just because there was something wrong in the Democratic camp, I am not going to condone it. I am asking you if these things were wrong. Now, you asked me if other things that happened similarly in the Democratic campaign were wrong, then I'll agree with you.
Which particular incident now? The infiltration, I've talked to the question of political spies. It is not something I would do to insinuate myself into an individual's confidence and then betray that confidence. Now, other people have other standards on the question of being political spies. It's just not something I would do. I don't think I should sit in judgment on their ethics. I don't know that I could really, I would want to draw a line that this is thoroughly unethical to do this. I don't know that I would want to draw it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
I have nothing further. Senator Baker says he has nothing further. Senator Talmadge is not here. Senator Inouye is not here. Senator Gurney is not here. And Senator Weicker.
All right, Mr. McKinnon, if we can just continue down the list and I'll try to shorten it of various activities and your evaluation of them. Perjury, subordination of perjury to obstruct justice. Is this something that should form part of a campaign?
Senator, this is the famous Weicker litany of wrongdoings in the campaign. I know you've got the definition down of every illegal act and things like that, but to me what they amount to and what I've seen is that people in our campaign made a grievous error, and then they went and compounded the error and made mistakes, and in the process of this thing they even committed, I don't want to state that they did, but conceivably they committed wrongdoing amounting to crimes and illegalities. But I think that by and large the sins were of the head and not of the heart. They thought that they wanted to make sure the President of the United States was reelected, and a lot of mistakes and bad things and erroneous things were done. There's no question about that. But these people, I think they've got a right to a fair trial, and I don't think I'm in a position to sit up and moralize or pontificate upon their ethics or their morality.
Mr. Buchanan, it isn't a question of a litany of wrongdoing. The problem is that when these matters are equated with just another Dick Tuck type of operation.
They have never been so
this
by
is
me.
Exactly the type of...
I did not consider Watergate a prank. It's a crime.
I see. Well, this is all I'm trying to find out from you, since you have thrown Dick Tuck out as sort of the example to be followed by the Republicans in the campaign of '72. I'm trying to differentiate between those activities and these activities, which clearly you're as dead set against as I am. What I can't have, I believe, I would hope anyway, you think the same way, I can't have these floated as legitimate campaign practices.
Nobody has floated Watergate as legitimate campaign activity for the last 15 months.
Well, then certainly you'd agree that really we aren't talking in any manner, shape, or form about the equivalent of a Dick Tuck operation insofar as Watergate.
Well, I did not know that I was up here to discuss the Watergate break-in.
You're here to discuss the matter called Watergate, which encompasses a great deal of activity. And again, I've tried to be very specific with you as to what those activities are. Are they the same as Dick Tuck type activities? You want me to continue down the list?
No, I don't know that Dick Tuck did any break-in and burglaries. No, sir.
Electronic surveillance?
Well, electronic surveillance was done on Adlai Stevenson at the Democratic Convention in '60. They had electronic surveillance was done, I believe, on the Vice President of the United States post-'68 before he was inaugurated. I believe that. I'm not sure of that. Electronic surveillance for political purposes is wrong and should be outlawed.
I think the last part of your answer is very significant. I'd agree with you. I think
there's a law.
That's exactly what the work product of this committee is all about. How about putting out the story tying the Democratic Party to communists and foreign money? Is this a legitimate type of activity of the White House?
I don't know any political reporter I know who's going to pick up a phony story like that and run it if you don't have any substantiation. And if you tell an individual to go do that, any individual who has contacts in the National Press Corps or the political press corps will tell you to go fly a kite. You can't, I don't know a single political reporter who I'll go and say, well, listen, Senator McGovern is getting communist money. He'll say, is that right? Where's your evidence? Every single one. I don't know a one who would go with a story like that on the basis of hearsay.
But, of course, this was the subject of a memorandum within the White House, wasn't it?
I've not been watching all the testimony on television, but I believe it was. I think it was to John Dean, though, but John Dean is not an individual who dealt with the press.
No,
My guess is it was probably...
This memorandum was attested to by Mr. Haldeman.
Mr. Haldeman sent the memorandum to Mr. Dean, but that sounded a bit fishy to me because John Dean was not an individual who dealt at all with the press. I don't know who he was going to call.
I mean, I think what bothers me in this discussion that you and I are having, I think both of us are fully aware that the president would have won this election. I, like you, voted for our president. Not only that, I thought delivered some rather effective speeches against Mr. McGovern, but I get bothered by this continual reference to communists and anti-America and radical, and we can go right down the list. This is
Senator,
what kind of politics
well, I'll
is
tell you,
this?
look, what have you have here? You've got confidential memoranda of mine to the President of the United States, to Mr. Haldeman, and to Mr. Mitchell. Now, they're quite obviously, if I knew my confidential papers, dozens of them, were going to be called up for inspection, and I was going to be held to account for phrases and paragraphs that I use in a confidential communication with the President, I certainly would have written it differently. There's no question about that. But I'm sure that if we went through your own files and got every political memoranda you were sent by staff aides, there's some things that would horrify both you and your own staff aides, not in terms of wrongdoing, but simply because you would phrase things differently. When I write a first draft of a column or a speech, some of the copy is extraordinarily hard. I would not want it made public. I would like to be held responsible for what I write as a final speech and for what I say publicly. But with my private communications, and in effect, which are almost your private letters, to be called to account on national television for your phrases is not a very pleasant, altogether pleasant experience. And I don't think that, Senator, you would find it any more pleasant than I find it to have to go through here, see things I haven't seen in 4 years, find things that maybe were my own personal rhetoric in a memorandum was excessive. It's not an altogether pleasant experience, but...
Well, number one, let me assure you that these files are totally available to you or anybody else, and always have been. And to be honest, I'm not going to have you sit here and tell me that the type of language that's used in these memorandum, the references, and the rather consistency of the reference to the far left and the communists and the foreign money and radicals and all the rest of it.
The far left is a justified term, and there's no term that I've seen in my memoranda that connects Senator McGovern or suggests he's connected with the Communist Party. Senator McGovern was the candidate of the far left in the last election. He was a candidate of the left. He was a candidate of the Democratic Party. Mr. Smith was the candidate of, I would say, the far right. We had the right and the center. These are not... These have been customary terms ever since the French General Assembly in 1789. Left, right, and...
How about anti-American? How about that phrase?
Well, there's a phrase in here that Senator McGovern was perceived by a number of people because of statements he made, especially with regard to foreign policy and especially with regard to Vietnam in that vein. I don't say he was anti-American. I would say...
Of course, you did, so that was your phrase. That's
well, but what does the phrase say? He's perceived that way?
Well, let's go ahead and read it.
Well, what you're doing is precisely what you're taking particular minor phrases out of memos written in the heat of a campaign, and that statement, Senator, is far less offensive to me even now and in public than is Senator McGovern's statement comparing the President of the United States to Adolf Hitler. And he's a senatorial candidate, and he made that publicly, not in some confidential memorandum in the heat of a campaign.
Well, of course, I think that many people, myself included, held those comments against Senator McGovern.
Right.
I think they're despicable.
I think you should be held accountable for what you say publicly, but I think a man's entitled to the privacy of his own views to be expressed in his own way in his private papers, and as I say, it's not an altogether usual experience to have your confidential papers have to explain them on national television.
The matter of Mr. Ulasowicz's investigation, is that, and the subject matter of those investigations, is that proper politics?
I never heard Mr. Ulasowicz's name until he appeared on national television.
I see, but now that you've heard of Mr. Ulasowicz and you
What
know...
did he investigate?
Incidentally, Mr. Caulfield is a very close friend of yours.
Yes, he is.
Did he ever mention to you any of his activities?
Well, Mr. Caulfield's activities in the 68 campaign, certainly. He was campaign security. He had conducted investigation, but the things that have come out subsequently, I had no knowledge of.
You had no knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Caulfield and Mr. Ulasowicz?
I never heard of Mr. Ulasowicz's name until it was on national television. But I know Jack Caulfield very well. He's a very decent, in my judgment, even though mistakes were made, he's a very decent individual.
The matters of Mr. Ulasowicz's investigations, again, do you feel, now that you've heard about them, do you feel...
Which ones are you referring to, Senator?
Well, I can go right down the whole list, but basically I would say personal matters related to the various candidates. Do you think these are proper matters?
Do I think that, you're asking, do I think that the...
I asked that
question. That's not my end of a campaign business. Investigations are done. There was a story in an Atlanta paper where Senator McGovern sent out 100 people to investigate President, all these other fellows, and if we dug up any dirt, they said, well, we'll let that out too. There are these aspects to campaigns. I don't think I've ever been in a political campaign where I haven't heard stories about the private lives and the personal habits of individuals, but that's not my stock in trade.
So, in other words, you'd say that shouldn't be part of a campaign.
There's no way you're going to outlaw investigations. I think investigations into backgrounds of candidates, going out, say, to his hometown newspaper and finding statements, say, like Senator McGovern made in '48.
Fair enough.
And in the course of that thing, what do you do if you come across something? You know, if you come across something that's personally damaging to the individual. Maybe it depends on how rough the campaign's being fought.
Is basically your answer, and I'm trying to be as fair as possible on this matter, that matters of public record certainly are eligible to be pushed out there during a campaign.
Right.
So it's a matter of the record.
Right.
But this was specifically asked of Mr. Ulasowicz, and of course his investigations went way beyond what was a matter of public record.
Well, if they went into personal, I don't think that my own view is that the personal, private lives of candidates, they should not be part of a campaign. They should not be discussed by a candidate. But they're political muckrakers just like journalistic, and you're going to have this until. As long as you got politics, people are going to go out and do these things. I'm not involved in it, and I would not do it myself. But I don't want to sit up here and assume that I'm a judge of other people who do these kind of investigations.
But at least I want to thank you for saying that, because you are part of an administration, and you've made the statement that wasn't made before. In other words, we've heard that, yes, these things are proper matters of political campaigns. And it hasn't just been said by any person, but rather representatives of an administration. And to have the American people believe that personal dirt, for example, is a valid part of the political process, that type of investigation, not investigations that are matters of record, but that go into the types of things that you and I both decry, it just is something that shouldn't be allowed to fly in this country. Do you and I both agree on that point?
Well, I don't think they're proper subject matter for campaigns. That's right.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know whether this paper that was identified has been in that. Wake Up Liberals, we'll mark that as wait a minute, let me get this in the record. That'd be received as an exhibit and appropriately marked as such. As I understood it this morning, the exhibits that were obtained at the memorandum prepared by Mr. Buchanan that were obtained from the committee to re-elect the president and from the Archives Department were all admitted in evidence, if my recollection is incorrect.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to present for the record, for identification and filing for the record, the three letters to which I referred in my examination of the witness?
Without objection, so ordered. They'll be appropriately marked as exhibits received as such. Counsel, have any further questions?
I just have one that I want to clear up, Mr. Buchanan. I know that Senator Baker, in referring to Mr. Bryan's manual, referred to the letter-writing campaign, and I think that letter-writing campaigns are well known, not only in politics, but in civic associations and general social organizations generally. And what I'd like to really get from you as we close this afternoon is there a difference between what, in fact, is a genuine letter-writing campaign, and as I understood the reference in the manual, that certain women who would be volunteers would be asked to use their brains and their writing to write short letters, and they themselves would write the messages that they wanted to write to the editors. Right. Is there a difference, Mr. Buchanan, between that and where the message, the irate feeling, is actually manufactured by the political campaign itself, and that a signature is obtained to that, so that the person who reads the letters to the editor column believes that a citizen really wrote that when he didn't?
Do you have in mind that letter to the editor in Michigan?
Well, let me just turn to tab 34.
In Michigan?
Yeah, the Michigan letter.
Well, let me tell you that I personally feel very strongly about the issue of abortion, and I'm opposed to it. And I drafted that letter, and we did go to get another person's signature on the letter, and the individual we went to, frankly, was in the Right to Life movement, who believed in that. And in effect, I ghosted that letter for the individual that signed that and sent it to the papers, I believe, in Michigan. Now, to me, that is on a par, I think, with my sort of passionate rhetoric in a political speech which is delivered by a candidate who believes as well as I do, and I write the rhetoric and he delivers it. I think those things are analogous.
Would you say the same thing if you turn to tab 9 to the telegrams that are indicated as having been prepared by you? It's a memorandum which indicates that 10 telegrams have been drafted by Mr. Buchanan and sent to the Time and Newsweek. And let me just read one of them. There's a number. To the editor, the best proof yet of the allegations of Vice President Agnew about the nation's news media was their incredibly arrogant performance before the entire nation last Thursday night. Who in the hell elected those people to stand up and read off their insults to the President of the United States and then ask that he comment? Do you have tab 9?
I'm having a little
Sorry.
difficulty. Where's this now?
There's attachment to tab 9. There are a number of Buchanan telegrams that were drafted and then sent.
No, they weren't. I don't know that they were sent. I think, here's the thing, I don't know. I have not read these memoranda. I don't know who signed them. I don't know who signed the
Well,
letters.
what I'm just saying is, and really I'm asking this for you, I'm asking for information. Isn't there, again, a difference? I'm talking about fabrication in the sense that a telegram of that nature, which is prepared, and then assume you do get somebody to sign it, appears perhaps in the letter to editors column in Newsweek, and is read as though a citizen thought of the idea to send that telegram, when as a matter of fact, all of these have been actually manufactured in a political office, actually in the White House, and are sent out to news media. Is there a difference?
Well, there's a difference, but inspiring an individual to write a telegram and drafting the telegram for his signature, there are different things. It doesn't. I mean, they don't seem to me. This seems to me to be a foolish exercise, to be quite honest.
Well, I was just asking, wasn't this signature acquiring a pro forma kind of thing? You just had a bunch of volunteers.
I don't know. I don't handle that end of the business. All they ask me to do is, Buchanan, can you draft us something like that? Once it leaves my desk, I don't know what they do with the copy. You know. I mean, I'm not the one to go get names.
But you were drafting these not as Buchanan statements, but as though they were the citizens' kinds of statements.
Well, citizens probably signed them, you know, but I drafted them for them. I ghosted some telegrams.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The committee will stand in recess till Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock.
And thus ended a most intriguing 4.5 hours with presidential assistant Pat Buchanan. Henry Truitt, White House correspondent for Newsweek magazine, is here now. First, Henry, what is your general assessment of Mr. Buchanan's day before the Senate committee?
I think it was fascinating, Jim, in that Mr. Buchanan appeared as the unembellished ideologue, as we mentioned earlier. He spoke in fairly unvarnished terms to the members of the committee about American politics, the way it's played in both parties. In that sense, I think it was an education for the American public, and Mr. Buchanan was making really no apologies for it. And above all, I think it underscored how difficult it's going to be for the committee to write new campaign law, which will take into account all of the relative elements of abuse in the American system.
Do you agree, Henry, that today really marked a real departure for the committee in terms of where it must go now? I mean, they're out of gathering evidence in a way and gone into this whole business of how politics is practiced, right?
I certainly do. You've really gotten out of the business of hard fact, except as the specific episodes relate to the abstractions the committee has to deal with in writing new campaign law. We're dealing with political philosophy as much as anything else, the way politics is practiced.
Based also on what we saw today, do you think that there's going to be more partisanship slipped through, shall we say, on behalf of the committee itself?
I think inevitably it has to be, the partisanship has to be more overt. We saw it a couple of times today, as when Mr. Buchanan laid out several elements in his own memos, and they were picked up by Howard Baker, who quite obviously entered into a colloquy with Mr. Buchanan directed at demonstrating the purity and goodwill of the Republican Party in general, as distinct from the dirty tricks episodes that were being discussed. Yes, I think that's inevitable.
Well, let me ask you this then. If in the past, or up to this point really, the committee members, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, have tried very hard to at least state the case that I'm trying to be nonpartisan, I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat, but all I'm trying to do is get to the facts. Now, apparently, and what you're saying is that they're going to be more open about it now. I'm a Republican and I'm here to defend the Republican position, or I'm a Democrat and I'm here to defend the Democrat position. Do you think this is going to make for a more honest hearing or a worse hearing, or what do you think?
Well, it'll do away with some of the superficialities we've endured in the past in these hearings. I suppose there's an atmosphere of good humor about this, really, and the members of the committee will make considerable effort to preserve that atmosphere. You noticed from time to time today when Chairman Ervin and Senator Baker were bantering about the political implications of this. They did try to keep tempers down, keep the discussion on a fairly civil plane. But I think the public is going to feel that there has been a degeneration in the process, which may be unfortunate because this is quite serious business and terribly difficult to resolve.
Yeah. Well, what about of course, up to this point, would you not agree it would be fair to characterize the hearings as being basically anti-Republican, at least in terms of the kind of information, Watergate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So maybe it's time. What do you feel?
Well, certainly Mr. Buchanan seized every opportunity to point out that the Democrats had engaged in similar or perhaps even worse activities in the past themselves. That was inevitable and thoroughly predictable on his part, although, of course, he tried to make the point that he did not believe that two wrongs made a right and so forth. Nonetheless, he felt constrained to reach into the past and bring forward democratic misdeeds as precedent.
Sure. Well, look, this is a tough question, but it's an obvious one, as people, I'm sure, watched Patrick Buchanan today and listened to what his various positions were. You're at the White House. You cover it regularly. Do you believe that, based on your observations as a professional reporter, that Patrick Buchanan's views represent a White House position, or should they be taken as Patrick Buchanan individual at the White House's position? I didn't say that well, but I think you got my question.
I get the point, of course. Yes, Patrick Buchanan, to repeat again, is an ideologue. He several times made the point today that he didn't want to be held accountable or responsible for the phraseology and the, as he put it, excessive rhetoric included in some of his memos to the president and so forth. Well, this is, quite frankly, preposterous. Pat is a man who states his view with passion. he put those views in his memos to the president in passionate terms. But those are the terms which were factored into the decision-making process in the White House. These were the elements of raw discussion in the inner circle which really go into the making of policy. Perfectly understandable that he doesn't want to be held accountable for them, but he must be. And I think every politician on the committee understands that. And I dare say that there was even a twinge of remorse on the part of some of the members of the committee, again, because the methods which were set out today are so general in American politics that most politicians don't like to discuss them. Again, perfectly understandably. But Pat does have to be held accountable for the remarks he makes in private in the inner circle once they come to the public attention.
Okay. Henry, thank you very much. All right, at the conclusion of today's session, Peter Kay, who's been around politics a long time himself, also had some observations about the political techniques discussed by Buchanan.
Now, I don't know if I can add anything very profound to the practical politics lesson that Pat Buchanan gave the committee today. But as a long-time observer of Dick Nixon and Dick Tuck, I'd like to make a few personal observations. There is a difference between political pranks and character assassination. To compare Dick Tuck to Don Segretti would be like equating Frank Sinatra and Frankenstein. Tuck is a political original, a free soul who attached himself to former California Governor Pat Brown, to the Kennedys, and finally to George McGovern. Now, I was on that Nixon campaign train when Tuck directed it off of a California siding and back on the line. And I opened a fortune cookie later in that campaign that asked Nixon in Chinese to explain the Hughes loan. And I still have a hard hat that he gave me to ward off supposedly hostile Goldwater supporters. But Tuck was never one to let politics stand in the way of his sense of humor. To think that a room full of White House strategists could program a Dick Tuck, well, that's just ridiculous. Instead, they came up with a Segretti, whose forte was character assassination. Actually, as the practical politicians on the committee realized far better than Sam Dash and his rather puritanical lieutenants, a lot of what was agonized over today is as old as Tippecanoe and Tyler, too. As a supposedly friendly newsman, I was asked as long as 15 years ago by Nixon's staff people to pass on information, to spy, if you will, on rival candidates. I also was asked to ask planted questions at press conferences. I didn't do it, but I didn't take offense either. No, dirty tricks are nothing new, but like so many other things, they got way out of line in 1972. Where that line is, and whether it can be drawn by this committee, remains to be seen. But off of today's hearing, the senators are off to a bad start. Jim?
All right, the committee now takes a 5-day break from its public hearings, and right now the schedule calls for the first witness next Tuesday to be Ken Kachigan, who is a Buchanan assistant. But as Peter noted last night, the witness list has a tendency to change, so we'll see. But at any rate, we'll be back Tuesday night with Mr. Kachigan or whoever does testify. And until then, for our guest, Henry Truitt, for Impact and Peter Kay, I'm Jim Lara. Thank you and good night.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of the hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This program was made possible by grants from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation. This has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.
Before